Yo, how are we, people? A little bit early because I need to test some stuff out. I don't understand why I've got StreamYard at the top right hand side. That should not be there. So bear with me whilst I try and fix. Oh, there you go. Fixed it. All right, see you all later. Take care. Have a great day. Joking. Why is that gonna? Oh, okay, I can do that though, but I can get rid of it. Perfect. Anyway, how are we, people? I want to come on and see Rhonda on here. First the worst, Katie. How are you, my darling? Second the best, Bad Daza. Third the one with a hairy chest, Sarah P. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Nice. Best way to support the channel if you're on replay, especially, is through buy me a coffee or PayPal, but especially buy me a coffee. There you go. Everyone's here. Wanted to say first morning to you, Sarah P. Wanted to say good luck to Rhonda today. She's having a knee operation, so good luck to you, my darling. I hope everything goes well for you. Yeah, you know, everything will be fine. I know it's a hell of an operation, but make sure you rest up afterwards and everything. But yeah, I hope you come out soon. And I know Chris will be looking after you. No issues there. But yeah, good luck today, my darling. Hope it all goes well for you. Lady Di, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Nice. Hippie chick. Oh, yeah, got a new song. Hang on, where's it gone? Where's Hippie chick?
Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Like I've said to people, Sarah P, she's lazy. She's lazy, so she prefers to be on the bottom. She prefers us to do all the work for her. We carry her, so she wants to be at the bottom. She said. So, what can I do? Yes, hippie chick's back. Hippie chick, right? I'll be nice though. That hippie 75, whoever that imposter was, she was a bitch. She was not nice. She wasn't a nice hippie. I much prefer hippie chick 1973, not hippie 73. So welcome back, my darling. Nice to see you. Nice. You're early, land. Well, so I'll be honest with you. The reason I'm early is because my what do you call it? My StreamYard. I had to update it. I had to pay for a new subscription, so and it wouldn't work. And I was like, why the fuck is StreamYard in that corner all the time? I don't know. The only way I can really test it out is by going live. I did, and it fucking went straight away. So, yeah, stupid, but whatever. We're here. Oh, Marky, how are you, sir? Hope you and the streets are well. Hope hippie chick is looking after you. I bet she looks after you more than a hippie 73 does anyway, that's for sure. Right, what else we got going on here? I'm on early. I'm a bit on too early. No worries. Yeah, what time is your procedure? I saw Sarah P ask you, what time is it? Because we can think of you then. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, we can think of you then as you go through it. Also, just an update for my walk-in whilst Rhonda's answering the question. I've updated everything. 11,212 steps on Friday. The weekend I struggled. 10:30, okay. 11, 12, 1, 2. That's 3:30 my time, Rhonda. Oh, so in an hour? No. Yes, in an hour. Shit. 55 minutes. Let's fucking go, Rhonda. Let's go, Rhonda. I bet you the nurses are gonna love you. They're gonna love you. At least you haven't got Sarah P as a nurse, so you've got nice nurses. You haven't got a bitch, so you'll be fine. The weekend I didn't feel like walking that much, so 4,478 and 4,266 steps, which is still nearly 4 miles. Saturday, Sunday, I wasn't feeling the best. Today, so far, I think I've done 8.5. Oh, I'll check now. I think I've done over 8,000 anyway so far today. Where am I at here? Oh, yes, I have. I've done, 8,754 steps so far today. So I think we're on course. I think we're on about 43 miles in total, so it's not bad. Hello, Katie. How are you, my darling? Thank you again for paying for the subscription. I literally came on early because of you, basically, because I literally updated it this morning and it wouldn't work properly. So that's why I came live. But it's thanks to you that I'm able to subscribe. So thank you very much. And to everyone else that contributes, obviously. So yeah, nervous. Don't be nervous, but I know why you're nervous. And we've spoken before, but you be fine. You be fine. You got everyone here praying for you, my darling. Everyone here is praying for you. You'll be fine. As long as you got good nurses, Chris is going to be a good nurse. Thankfully, you haven't got, as I say, therapy, so you'll be fine. But being nervous is obviously part of it. Is this so you can get your leg over? Fuck me. I didn't even see that until Rhonda said Badaza. Cheapers. Rhonda, you want me to play in and play nurse? No, she needs some fucking nice nurses, good nurses, do you know what I mean? She doesn't need fucking chat to be there, do you know what I mean? Oh, I can imagine the chat being there. Katie, Sarah Pino, and freaking Nora. Yes, let's be nice to Rhonda. I think that probably made her laugh, though, in fairness, but that's funny. Right. Okay, so let's dive back up there, fine. Little girl taken. So yeah, so also with this one, I saw on the weekend, there's going to be an hour, I believe, at some point this week, where the judges rule that the media have to turn off the cameras and audio and everything. And it's about an hour worth of footage that only the jury get to see. And I think it's when he unalives it, they've got audio of it. I'm not sure if they've got video of it, but I believe they have audio of him actually unaliving Athena. So he's not allowing the public, thank fuck, to hear that. I would not want to hear it, if I'm being honest with you. So yeah. So I believe that's going to be cut at some point. So we'll have an hour or so today that will be, well, not today, but whenever that everything will be cut. So you might have to bear with us on that one. Because today I do need to finish off my walking and I need to have a shower as well. That would be awful. Yes, I agree, Sarah P. I agree. I wouldn't want to listen to it, to be honest with you. So tomorrow, good news, bad news, I'm not sure, but I believe Mexi Texi might be beginning the stream tomorrow. So you might have, yeah, I'm not sure if she'll pop on or not. I don't know, but she'll be the one, I think, taking. So I've got to go to a place tomorrow to help. My father's getting my parents are getting a new car, so I'm going with him. So yeah. So and I'm not sure what time we're supposed to be there at because he's got a phone in at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is 4 o'clock Eastern time, to see what time. At the minute, it's scheduled for 2 o'clock, which is 9 a.m. Eastern, which means that I wouldn't be back in time. It's about an hour away, and I've got to do shopping as well for them on the way back as well. So my mother made me a list and everything. Don't ask. But there's a slight chance I might be back in time. If I am back in time, what I might do is stream the Sharon Moore trial, because that's supposed to, not trial, sentencing, sorry, at 9 o'clock. So we'll see. I might just let Mexi do the morning of this anyway, and then maybe do a dual stream for the sentencing period, potentially. Electric, no, CG. How are we doing, sir? No, they just wanted petrol. So because they don't use the car every day, the dealerships all said the same. Don't, like, there's no point you getting anything but petrol. So because you don't use enough, battery will go down a lot more. So, and there's nowhere around there's a few spots that's got electric points, but there's not that many. So they're just getting a what are they getting? Nissan Qashqai they're getting, and they got a color green that they thought, oh, that's nice. We haven't never seen this color before, And then over the weekend, my father saw 2 exact cars, the same colour, in our village. So that's how it rolls, though. Hello, Christine. How are we doing, Fortunato? How are we? Hope you're doing well, my darling. But yeah, apparently, you should never get a car unless you travel in it for at least 5 miles a day. So that's why they just went with fuel again. So, Dave Hamburger, how are you, sir? I won't say it's nice to see you because I'd be lying. Good morning, Jonathan. I got to go get bird food this morning. We'll be running errands listening. You're fine, Jonathan. You go and listen. You go feed those birds. Now, what birds are they? Are they turkeys or are they just normal birds? Are you going to fatten them up and then eat them for Christmas or Thanksgiving? What's the plans? KD, Marky, Bex, late shocker, never a shocker. Also, I'm going to tease it because I've actually got salt in my water. I can't taste it. But I'm not going to tell her that. I'm going to be like, this is fucking disgusting, Bex. So, and technically it's your fault, KD. If you had not paid for the subscription, I wouldn't be here right now. So technically your fault. We are starting up though in about 17 minutes, but if you don't want to be here, then fuck off. Come back later, wherever. You don't have to be here, not holding you hostage. Like, I'm being held hostage here, streaming to you all, but you're not. Sorry, Sarah P, I'll stop swearing now. Girl, mind my language, Sarah P told me. Always KD's fault. I know, especially the fact that Dana's never here now, so we need to change that, don't we? Well, I'm just saying, I'm blaming you. It's all your fault. New member. Thank you, Dave. Oh, you just, yeah. Thank you, Dave. I was ready to kick you out of Discord as well. Damn. I was ready to kick him out. You can only be a member of Discord if you are. You can only be part of Discord if you are a member of the channel, technically. So I was ready to kick him out. You just snuck in there, Dave. Oh, it does work now. So whenever I say Dave in centres, it doesn't only work, but it does work. Oh, that's Dave. There you go. Bye. Right. Let me just get everything sorted, people. Let me get the stream up. Oh, frig. Little girl, take the trial. I can't extend it yet, so I'll pull it down. I got it ready, though. There you go. So, did you use a capital D? I don't know. Yeah, no, I won't. Yeah, that's another thing for all of you. If you do it on your phones and you are a member through Apple or Galaxy something, whatever it is, Google, then you should cancel all your memberships purely because you pay more apparently. So and also streamers get less apparently. So yeah, do it on your laptops if you're able to. Hippie Chick did that as well. Hippie Chick cancelled the membership and did not renew until she was on a computer, and that's how I understood it worked. So yeah, is doing all right. Yes, we're doing great. How are you doing, Jonathan? Please make sure you like the stream to help out the channel. Good morning, Aya Trucker. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Two cocks fight. You see, when I open two cocks fighting mornings, how can I see? That's why I have to call him Jonathan. Mark Yanks lost 5 straight since I bragged about them last week. You did the same to Oregon, and you did the same to the Green Bay Packers. You brag about them, and then all of a sudden they start losing. So you are a jinx, sir. So you need to stop talking about all these teams that you like because you're such a jinx. Did you know my YouTube Premium was $4 more because I had done it on my phone? That's ridiculous. I didn't know that, and that doesn't go to me. That goes all to YouTube. So that's ridiculous. So please, people, check that you're not doing it through your phones because that's ridiculous. As I say, it all goes to YouTube, not to the creators. So I'd rather someone not be a member than pay those. Like, if you don't have a laptop, just fucking cancel your membership and don't resubscribe, because that's just ridiculous. That all goes to YouTube. So, yeah, you trucker. And we're on the count. I was going to say final count, and that's not what I should say. 44 minutes. Rhonda's got 44 minutes to go. There you go, Rhonda. Come on. See you in a bit, hun. Morning. Dave saw that. Dave the mush. Here's the mush. Here's the mush. Here he is. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Dave, do you know what? You're such a...
Guess what? You're a bitch.
These Apple devices was my understanding. The Apple devices was my understanding. I don't know what that means. They are Apple devices, was my understanding. I don't know. All I know is I don't get the money. So they must go somewhere. So unsubscribe and cancel your memberships wherever they are. And if you don't have a laptop, don't subscribe to anybody, because they take a fucking chunk of it. Well, or at least don't subscribe to me. Don't be a member of my channel. Just fucking cancel it. Because it's ridiculous. I'm going to go back so I can see what you're talking about with memberships. It's just basically, if you pay for on your phone, don't cancel it, and try and do it on your iPad, or not iPad, your laptops or computers. Because Apple are taking all the money, or YouTube are. There you go. I don't want to hear about it. I was reading to my podcast. No worries. But why have you given me salty water for? I did exactly like you told me, and all I can taste is salt. So I put the water in first, and I took 2 big heaps in of dessert spoon, stirred it, and it's really salty, Bex. So I don't know what you did with that. Why? I don't know what's going on. I'm on the ride, so let's all go. That means something different in the UK. Only women say they're on the rag in the UK, Dave, and for a specific reason. Oh, that's why. Exactly this. Grab a tampon. Last podcast on the left. Don't know what that is. Only an Apple. There you go. Only an Apple. Only Apple. I thought it was. Somebody said it also was on Samsung or Galaxy or something like that as well. Allegedly, I don't know. I don't got it, but somebody did say that they were paying more and they were on another platform. What might have been Google. I don't know which one it was, but somebody did say that they got charged more and they weren't on Apple. Not even close to what I said. What I'm not sure what you talk about now, Bex. Now you know how women feel. My roosters also, one rooster humped the other hens yesterday. Now all of my roosters are humping hens. It's fucking hilarious. Dave is in the mood. Got my wife a bottle of poison for her birthday, Katie. Oh, what did you get her? What kind of drinking poison or smelly poison? She still woke up, Dave. Joke's on you. I'm sure she's tried to poison him several times. I would. Who wouldn't try and poison Dave if they had to live with him every day of the week? Shark Week, lol. Dave, Dior poison. It's one of those I mute before I open my car door. Yes, Katie. Dark humor. I know. Well, I won't go that dark right now. So, performance perfume. You wouldn't think 4 roosters could take turns sharing 26 plus hens, but they are. You've been warned. Damn, go Sharon. Smells amazing. I like dark humor. We all go. I'm very much into dark humor, dark and dirty humor on this channel, not the other channel, but this one for sure. But I also understand most people don't like that, but fuck them is what I say. We got 19 people here, and I think majority you are probably into dark and dirty humor, if I'm being honest with you. And if you're not, then why are you here? I don't quite understand that. That's your own fault. And saying that, we just lost one person. So that means they were in the wrong place. So I like to correct people sometimes. You might be lost. If you don't like dark humor, then you're in the wrong place. We lost another one, so we're down to 17 now. So you see, it works. Lady Di, I give you nuts. She's had plenty of time. Lady Di, I have such dark humor, I'm not willing to even type the shit. I really want to say it, lol. There you go, Rhonda. Rhonda's still here. She's still around. You see, that's all that matters. Rhonda and Krista Lovely, the two most lovely people we have in chat. Katie, come on, we all do it. We are in this chat. Type away, wherever. I don't give a shit. As long as you get through the Sarah P, then you're fine. Sarah P has a tendency to block everyone's chats and stuff. So just pre-warned, if it doesn't go through, Sarah P is the one that blocks it. So love me, good humor with nuts. Well, I mean, you don't have a good humor. All you do is talk about sport and jinx everyone. You're the mush. The mush. Dave the mush. I mean, I believe that Bud does it. Bud does. I have not even opened your message yet, sir. But I know that will be cheered up once I do. Not trust the internet law. YouTube won't even let me type the more sane stuff I want to say. Well, what's sane to you is pretty much not sane for anyone else that's sane. So, whatever you think is sane, I can guarantee you it probably ain't sane because it's coming from your mouth. So, yeah. Oh, shit. Why am I there? Oh, my days. I now know what the issue was. I had 2 StreamYards open. Fuck. That's why. Oh, idiot. Idiot. Oh, well. Doesn't matter. There's plenty of idiots in this chat, so it's fine. Sarah P put the line me in timeout. She can't put Bud Daz. Well, she can't put Bud Dazzer in timeout. She can't put me in timeout. Go play the opening fish cans video. What's the fish cans? Oh, fuck off! No, no chance, Marky. No chance. Hang on. No chance. David Bailey's visiting the Titans today.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
There you go. There you go. This is one's normally Lady Di.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
And just because Bex is here. And also, I'm trying to clear the stream out. We've gone from 19 to 12. So we are cleaning house here.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
So I'm doing my best to clear house here, people. There you go, yeah. There you go. No worries. Some people, as I say, Katie was paying $4 extra for it. So I'd say if you were, I'd tell you cancel it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Right, what else we got? Oh, we did the Marky one. What's this one? I don't know what this one is. What is this one? Oh, I know. Sarah P's one. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Whale what?
Welcome.
Welcome. I'm sorry. Honey.
They're not serving
so
whale
sorry,
semen.
baby.
I've got it. Thank
I love that. I love that. That's totally Sarah P as well. That is amazing. Right. Also, how many others have been spitting it out all these years as well? Right. What else have we got here? What else have we got here? Oh, Mexi Texas.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, but I would never want anyone to pay that amount of money. Do you know what I mean? But thank you. Yeah. Good morning, Robin G. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Sorry, not Robin. Rhonda knows about all this spitting. So, Rhonda is going in for operation in 32 minutes. But through PayPal. There you go. That's perfect. As long as you do it through PayPal, perfect. Robin G, morning, Anne. So yeah, we're down to 32 minutes. Hang on, what's this? Text. Oh, I don't know. All right, hang on. You see, there's certain things I can't share with the chat. Oh shit! You motherfuckers! Bad Daza messaged me, so okay. Let's have a look at this. Bad Daza. Let's have a look. Good afternoon, Delan. You like the older lady? Do you all want to see a glimpse of Badaza's humour? The only thing I go into now for X. Badaza. Good afternoon, Delan. You like the older lady? I could do that one because it wasn't, Every day's a rack day for Badaza. He sends me one every day. Normally they haven't got clothes on, so. Right, let me get the court just blasted in my ear. So they are there. Let me boost it and do all the things. Boost that. I can't even show you all the others he sends me because this channel will be done within an hour. So that is a fake rack, yes, and that's way too big. That's not my cup of tea whatsoever. Not my cup of tea whatsoever. So he doesn't even deserve a response by me on that one. Cries in itty bitty teeny weeny yellow fucking tiny teeny, something like that, isn't it? Is it itty bitty teeny weeny yellow yellow bikini? That's what we all love. I don't remember the song, but you have an hour worth of showing. I'm good. No, to be fair, Dave, there were nips on that one. You just didn't see it. Yellow polka dot bikini, that's the one. Did you see Sturges getting the... Yes. However, Robin G actually said that the state are appealing that. So at the minute, she's getting a new trial, but they may overturn that again. I don't know. We'll see. I did not cover it at all. I didn't cover it initially, so I might cover it this time around if it does go to trial. Small-breasted women are why the world is as bad as it is already. Well, they talk about Bex, so, and I don't mind it, John. I think it's good. Oh, wow, Jonathan. Oh, damn. Hi, Robin and Yaya. Oops. Yeah, it is at the Supreme Court now, yeah. So currently she's facing a new trial, but it could be overturned by the state again. So, but legally speaking, she's facing a new trial. Yes, she's getting a new trial, but that can easily be overturned. So Jesus, Jonathan, I know. Not all the men running most of it. Well, to be fair, I got bamboo, so I'm technically a woman because I got boobies. I'm mildly sad I have to leave to get the bird food now. You drop that and then just leave. Nice. Having too much fun this morning. Right. 2 cocks fighting. And those elite men have tiny asses and ass ache. Boobs are so fun. I agree. Boobs are all, you just want a handful to play with. That's all you want. Handful. I'm happy with my own. I could play with my own. Do you know what I mean? You're only born with what you got, so never complain. That's what I tell all the women when they laugh. Like, I can only deal with what I got. Let me put this up here. All right, where am I going to take myself? Down there. There you are. I was covering that. Yes. Happy days.
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm boosting. Oh, it's on. I've already boosted it. Oh, thank you, Robin. Also, you've been married for like 20 years, haven't you? You're only 30. No, not 20 years, 10 years. You're only 30. You're a Bex man, you're an arse guy. I'm still going to do a bit of walk. I'm not going to do walking on screen, but I will do a little bit of walking off screen when I'm not here. So just in case you don't see me. And then we'll get into it. And then we'll be here over lunchtime. We'll go through some food and stuff like that. Again, as we normally do. And then, yeah.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. Barry. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Prosecutor Yarrow, welcome back. I wanted to ask you a few more questions from your testimony on Friday. We talked about an incident at the Wise County Jail related to Tanner Horner that occurred after he had been incarcerated, in which there was, I believe, an attempted suicide that you then investigated. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And as part of that investigation, kind of tell me just a synopsis of what you did.
The synopsis of the scene was I entered the cell. Horner had already been transported to the hospital at that time. My initial is just like any other scene. We're going to photograph the scene in its entirety. We're going to start by taking overall photographs. We're going to move to mid-range. We're going to move to close-ups.
Slow down a little bit. So you took a number of photographs?
I did, sir.
And prior to court today, did Ivy look at some photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
That were part of the photographs that you took that day?
Yes.
In addition to taking photographs, did you take some items into evidence?
I did.
And were some of those items documents?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, what type of documents?
Handwritten letters, sir.
Okay. And may I approach, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Prosecutor Yarrow, I am going to show you what has been marked in State's Exhibit number 276, 277, 278, there's no 279. There's no document for that. 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285. Have you seen those today?
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs that you took at the time you were investigating this attempted suicide?
Yes.
And are they true and correct as to what they represent in those photographs?
Yes.
You also have the original documents with you if they needed to be entered for purposes of the record.
Yes, I do.
And are these photos, are they true and correct copies of the original document?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll offer the evidence states exhibit number 276, 277, 278, no exhibit for 279, and the 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285.
Objections.
State's exhibits 276 through 278 and 280 through 285.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to display State's Exhibit number 276. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 276?
So that's the built-in bench within the cell, and on top of the built-in bench are the sealed letters that I recovered from the scene.
And did you lay them out in this manner, or were they that way when you took the photograph?
They were laid out in that manner.
Was there anybody else in that cell besides the defendant, other than the Mercy personnel, that before you took these photographs?
No.
And if we look at these photographs, I'm going to ask you to go from the top to the bottom and read what the envelope says. Can you see that?
For Athena's family.
Okay, that's the first envelope.
Yes.
Second envelope.
Detectives only.
Okay. Third envelope.
It's to Legacy Church.
Okay. Fourth envelope.
And then to Melissa Horner and Jackie, I'm not sure the last name.
Okay. And then finally.
And then to Cassie something.
Okay. So with regard to that, then those individual documents, do you take those things into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're going to look at State's Exhibit number 277. Is that the evidence bag you collected those things in?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you have that actually with you today, correct?
I do.
All right. Now with regard to 278, we're now looking at just a more close-up photograph of the envelope to Athena's family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a handwritten letter?
Yes.
So now we're going to look at 280. Okay, this is 280. Is this a true and correct copy of that handwritten letter, the front side of it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to be able to publish this record by reading it into the record.
Okay.
Thank you. To Athena's family, I wanted to start by saying how sorry I am about Athena. The entire time I've known my legal counsel, they've continued to tell me how I don't need to apologize, shouldn't apologize until the trial. And frankly, I can't hold it in any longer. I've done a terrible thing to your family, and I'm sorry. I can't tell you how many countless nights I've stayed awake, unable to sleep. I pray for you, for all of you. So many were affected by my breakdown, not just your family, but my own as well. You'll never get to see your baby girl grow up, and I'm sorry. Now my son is going to grow up without his father and protect him. I owe it to you all to explain where my mind was at. Let me start by saying that I have Asperger's syndrome. In other words, I'm on the autism spectrum. I don't do well with change or things that are unpredictable in nature. When I first started out as a driver at FedEx, I was given a singular route, and that route wouldn't change for a while. After a bit, my employer started making random changes to my route, adding stuff from other routes so they could make more money. I don't do well with change. Again, I can have meltdowns when unexpected changes to my daily routine happen. It was so bad one day I started to have a suicidal episode. I had to leave early that day, or I was going to walk myself into oncoming traffic. The only thing that stopped me was thinking of my son growing up without his father. So I took off for a week and sought out help. I got put on medication, and a week later I was back at work. I've let my employers know how I needed to keep consistent routine and I wouldn't have any issues. However, I was ignored. When I returned, they did the opposite of what was good for someone like me. They made me a floater. They put me on a different route every day, every time. Going on to the next page. Now we're going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this a true and correct copy of the second page of that document, Investigator Yarl?
Yes.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I reminded them that I needed to be on a routine. It was like it would go in one ear and out the other. My mental health started to steadily get worse because of it. I couldn't just quit either. I had a son and I had to take care of it. Then on top of all that, certain aspects of my home life started to fall apart as well. I guess they got sick of me constantly telling them I needed consistency because they sold me off to another company without me having any say in the matter. In hindsight, I'm starting to think they were attempting to get me to quit, which in retrospect was kind of scummy. After a while, with the new contractor I started with, Big Top Spin, my life started to kind of fall back into place. I got a car again, but I was still consistently stressed and had multiple minor meltdowns because even this new company had no regard for my mental health because they still refused to put me on a consistent route. The holidays came and my stress only multiplied. They forced everyone to work 6-day weeks as volume got higher and higher. It was all the wrong place and the wrong time. I'm sorry I allowed my mental state to be unstable. I'm sorry I took your little angel away from you. She didn't deserve it. You all didn't deserve it. My son didn't deserve to lose his father. My mother didn't deserve to lose her son. My fiance didn't deserve to have her wedding day stripped from her. I pray that my death eases your suffering in some way. The only thing I ask for, forgiveness, and for you to remember my son and show him some grace and mercy, for he no longer has his father. I love you all, and I'm sorry. Hannah Horn. Is that what it says?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, with that envelope, was there also a smaller piece of paper inside of that envelope?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this the front side of that smaller piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Side notes. FedEx Ground themselves are quite negligent when it comes to safety. They do nothing to make sure contractors' vehicles are actually road ready. Polaris and Big Top Spin both tell their employees to lie on their beginning and end of day expectation because it's a pain to unground vehicles. And then the backside also had some writing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 283. I hope this letter both helps you ease your suffering and helps with your case against FedEx. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I forgot one thing. I want to go back to the top of State's Exhibit 281. We did not read this part. It says, little asterisk says, just know I have found God through all of this. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Your Honor, we would ask that the state read everything. He omitted the closing.
I believe you skipped one line at the very end.
very end. Oh, I apologize. I did write, I love you all, and I'm sorry. Okay, so with love and sorrow and remorse, I love you all, and I'm sorry, Hannah Horn. Is that the part? Is he? Now, in addition to this letter, the other letter I want to talk about is the one that said for detectives only. All right?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to go to State's Exhibit number 284. This is the envelope. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a one-page letter with that?
Yes.
And may I publish this, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Detective, my family is in danger. It's 2 days before my arraignment date, and I'm worried that I'll be killed either to or from my way to court. The day Athena was killed, I wasn't the only one involved. When I pulled up to the house, an older man had pulled a rifle on me and demanded my wallet. It's weird, he almost expected me to be there. After he checked my wallet, he gave me instructions. After handing me my wallet back, he told me to take the girl and bring her to a specific spot, parentheses, the area with the tall grass bamboo, in parentheses. He gave me a change of clothes for the girl and told me to have her change into them before handing her over to him. He had threatened my family and I didn't know what to do, so I just went along with it. Don't tell the media, BTW. IDK, if he's going to do something. If I'm killed on the way to or from the courthouse, I'll assume it was him. When I handed her over, she seemed like she knew him. It kind of freaked me out and she calmed down after seeing him. I shut my headlights off and followed them, and I saw him park his truck by that creek. The next day, I went by there after work and saw the girl's body. I put her body in the water. I needed to get this out, even if it was just in writing. Don't tell the media. Don't tell my family. They'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until after their lawsuit against FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I'll gladly keep the blame as long as they're safe. The man was older, probably 50s, gray hair, short military style haircut, kind of fat, with a bit of upper body muscle. I handed him the girl's clothes when I gave him her. I either missed the pants or he put them back on the truck somehow. I'm not sure, but 3 times he asked me about the cameras on the FedEx truck. Unless y'all find him, keep it from everybody. I don't want my family hurt. I'm sorry I've been a burden on y'all. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We can turn the lights back on. With regard to that, in one of those letters, is he taking responsibility?
Yes.
Which one?
The first.
Okay. What about the other one?
No.
Is he blaming it on somebody other than himself?
Yes.
The approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, excuse me, not yesterday, but last Friday, when you were testifying, we admitted a number of pictures of the clothing that you took out of the defendant's locker. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe we admitted maybe one or two of those items. We didn't admit all of the ones that I had meant to admit. So I want you to look at a couple of things. State's Exhibit number 227 is. Can you tell us do you recognize that first of all?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is going to be the suspect's underwear, sir.
Okay. And did you collect those and take them into evidence after you did whatever processing that you were going to do?
I did.
Okay. And what kind of processing did you do on it?
Collected more photographs in the lab, and then I also took swabs.
After doing that, did you seal them up in this package?
Yes.
And were they then later transported somewhere else, and there's some type of an opening on the bag to indicate that they were processed at a different location? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'll offer the evidence that is Exhibit 227.
Your Honor, we object as to relevance. This evidence was collected 3 days after the event and there was no testimony that this was the underwear that he was wearing at the time of the incident.
Objection to Rule 6, Exhibit 227 is removed.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 228. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, sir. This is actually a long hair that I collected off of the inside of his underwear.
Okay. And was that also appears opened later at a lab?
Yes.
And looked at?
Yes.
I will offer the evidence State's Exhibit 228.
We did have the same objections for all of these exhibits. If they're all, I'll let you, what I'm saying is if you have the same objections, you don't have to repeat it. I would just assume it's the same objection.
Well, I understand, Your Honor. The objection we have to this one is that this is. May we approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Just think sometimes I got to time Dave out. Do you know what I mean? Because he stirs the chat up, and I'm like, for fuck's sake, what are we even talking about? And then we get back to normal, which is good. Let's get back to normal. Fuck me. Right. I did listen to most of that as well. Yeah, was it the first one that he took accountability? Second one, he's blaming FedEx. I hope my iPhone's tracking my steps in my pocket. That normal isn't coming up. No, that is. But I don't want to be talking about those people in the chat here. I'm like, fuck me. Talk about fucking tits or something. It's better to talk. But when they talk about stuff like that again, start talking about tits.
Started with 227. Now I'm going to jump back to 226. State's Exhibit 226. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit 226?
This will be the FedEx polo shirt that I collected.
Okay. And was that also processed by you, put into evidence, and sent later to a lab?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I will offer in evidence State's Exhibit 226.
Your Honor, that would be the same objections.
Okay. That you had for 227.
That's correct, Your Honor, and I believe that will be for the next few items as well.
Okay. Those objections are overruled. State's 226.
And then finally, I'm going to focus on State's Exhibit 229. Can you tell me what State's Exhibit 229?
Yes, sir. This is going to be the suspect's pants. It's going to be his blue jeans that were collected from the bag at the jail.
Okay. And these were what he was wearing at the time he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit 229 in evidence.
Same objections.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're overruled. State's Exhibits 229.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I will pass you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Pepper, Your Honor?
No.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Not on the record.
Yep, if you want to ask him something, you're fine.
Yeah, first witness, Your Honor.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 36 through 43, and I'd ask you to take a look at those.
Morning, counselor. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Here you go, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation into the suicide attempt at Wise County Jail, you didn't just take pictures of the letters involved, right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the entire cell.
Correct.
And on defense exhibits number 36 through 43, are those true and accurate representations of the cell as you saw it that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we offer states, I'm sorry, defense 35 through 43.
Okay, you said hang on, you said 36 to start out, is
I
it
did.
35?
It is 35.
35 through 43, any objections?
Only to, I don't have the number, but the one that was taken at the hospital was not taken by this witness and was not, he doesn't, you can't.
That objection is overruled. Defense exhibits 35 through 43 are admitted.
You have published, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
Correct.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
No objections.
Thank you, sir. You're pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Who do you have next?
Dave Rogers, Judge.
Is this one of the witnesses I need to do something outside for?
Yes, Your Honor, we need a quick court iron, and then you have that.
Okay. Y'all retire to your jury room. I'll be calling you back out in just a few minutes.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Terry. Thank you, Terry. Also, we just got up to 10,318. So nearly 2,000 steps just there now. And run. Let's jog in. Wet in now, though.
All right, everyone may be seated. Let's get the witness.
Yes, sir.
Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Correct way of pronouncing this word is great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Once more time. Great dates. Great dates. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
tits.
dates.
Great
dates. I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great dates.
Good morning. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony in this cause will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. The rules and effects, so be sure to follow it, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ms. Jewell? Oh, Mr. Barry?
Yeah, well, it's my witness, Your Honor, but I don't know what they have questions for.
How do y'all want to
I
handle
can
it?
start, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, the issue is going to be, I think he's going to be used to introduce state exhibits, what's the mark state exhibits 116 through 178.
Okay,
So,
and this is on your, out of your motion to eliminate.
yes.
Okay.
Well, I also would like to take him on board to see did he actually take those photographs. If not, he's just obviously able to argue their admissibility. And then after that, I'd like the court to do a 403 due process evaluation to see whether they're more prejudicial or probative, whether they're cumulative, whether they tend to prove any fact testing relevant.
It would state hand me state exhibits 160 through 176 and 178, and then Mr. Noble, while you're doing your questioning, I can look at the exhibits. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just so the, we also are, area safety exhibit 143 to 152.
You need to see those.
No, Your Honor, I looked at those.
So do you anticipate that there would be any objections to 142 through 143, 143 through 152?
What, and the phone, that's 153.
Not for 143 to 149, I would ask about 150 to 152, same question.
Let me see 150 through 152.
I don't know if he needs to see the ones I'm asking about.
If he needs to, I can hand them to him.
Which ones did you need? 150 and 150?
150 through 153.
Is the physical phone, Judge.
I'm sorry?
153 is the physical phone.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Mr. Goble.
Agent Rogers, I'm Steve Goble, one of the attorneys for Mr. Warner. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. I don't know if you're familiar What's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 150 is a photo of a phone and wristband at 12 to 22. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And were you the one who took that photograph?
I was not the one, but I was present.
Okay, so who took the photograph?
It was a photographer for our team, Lisa Redwine, I believe.
Lisa Redwine. So why would you be the officer at my position?
As senior team leader, I'm the one who oversees the whole scene, so I would be present during all activities. To include being the person who is on the chain of custody.
And how many team members were present that day?
Say again?
How many team members were present on December 2nd for the arrest van search?
Approximately 9 people plus Weiss County Sheriff's Technician, Amy.
Same question for Swift Pre-Mark State Exhibit 151, photo of the phone and airplane mode from the same date. Did you take that photograph?
No, sir, I did not take a photograph.
Who took that photograph?
It would have been Lisa Redwine, the photographer.
And
I believe,
for,
I believe without looking at a photo log.
I have the same question for State Exhibit 152, who took the photograph. It's just a different thing from the rest.
Same thing, same person.
And did you oversee any of those photos being taken?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean? Did you direct them to be taken, or were you just there? What's that mean?
Correct, I was there.
Okay. And what happens to the? Is this a digital camera? How does those actually get processed? How do they make it?
It's a photographer shoots it on a SD card and then creates the disc.
Okay. So she didn't give that SD card to you?
No, sir. This stuff is handed over to the Weiss County Sheriffs for their evidence.
Okay. She takes the photo, takes the SD card out, and gave it to Deputy Amy?
Yes, sir.
What about what's been marked State Exhibit 153? Did you want to see that?
The purple phone, the Samsung phone, or the Motorola phone with the purple case? Is that what we're talking about? I don't have the picture in front of me anymore, sorry.
Judge, could you hand him State Exhibit 150?
150, okay.
Yes, sir.
That's the phone we're talking about?
The one that was, yes.
Was the one that located that?
I was there, I saw it inside the FedEx truck, yes.
Okay, and you weren't the one that received it?
I wasn't the one who collected it, but I was there when we gave it to the evidence over to Weiss County.
Okay, so who collected it?
It was Ashley Gruber and Alyssa Porter that collected it.
And they gave it to Deputy Amy?
So they collected, they put in an evidence collected log, with logging it into it. At the end of it, it is either myself or the team leader that gives over the evidence to the Weiss County.
So who is the team leader?
The team leader for that site was Tim Smiley, and I was a senior team leader.
What's been marked State Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178? Were you the person who took those photographs?
I am not the person who took the photographs. It is our photographer who did.
Which photographer was that?
It would have been Thomas Ainsworth, assisted by Lisa Redwine.
What was your role on that?
I was a senior team leader. I oversaw the planning and coordination of that recovery.
How many people were on your team?
Our full team showed up, but only 7 people took part in the actual recovery.
And when those photographs were taken, that SD card been given to Deputy Amy?
All of the items would have been given to Detective, Amy.
State exhibit 177 is a diagram. Program for diagram is that
What number, 177?
177.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that we're actually entering that name.
I was gonna say, I didn't see a 177.
That's fine.
Okay.
I got 176.
Okay, so you are supervising, you said 7 other people participating in that scene?
I was one of the 7, and I was assisting with the scene. I was actually involved in the scene.
And how many total were present?
6 plus me, which would make it 7. We're at the recovery. There was more of our team in the vicinity, but that's the ones that took place in the recovery was a total of 7.
I know, that's pretty confusing. What does that mean on in the vicinity?
So we came from processing the other FedEx truck and then our whole team goes out there, and then it was my choice of who was selected to go down to recover.
Okay, were you directing the photographer which photograph to take?
I don't direct her specifically, but she knows that she has a certain role, and that is to take the entry photos, evidence photos, and exit photos.
Okay, were you directing any of the people involved in evidence collection?
We had a plan before we went down to do the recovery. Yes, sir.
So what does that mean? You had a plan? Did you identify what they're collecting?
So how we are going to approach down, who is going to be in the water, who is going to be on the shore, how the photographs, where would we be taking the photographs at, how the body was going to be manipulated to take those photographs, and then to package or put the body into a body bag and then have it brought up to where it was released. So all of those was in plan.
Any questions, Ms. Dooley?
Just one. As for the body recovery, were you physically in the water with the Athena Strand?
Yes, I was.
You were there at the scene the entire time?
Correct.
Objections?
As to each item, our objection will continue that he not established the chain of custody by himself. He was not directing the photographs to be taken. He's not identifying which items will be seized. He was the supervisor, which is a role, and then they turned the investigation part over to someone else. So I don't think any of them are admissible for those purposes. As to items 160 through 178, excluding 177, we continue our objection under 403 and due process with their cumulative. They were not relevant at this point. They according to their consideration that they do show a body that is unclothed. The photos may be considered gruesome, and particularly the photo of the body bag and the adds anything to the punishment phase of this trial.
Those objections are overruled, and if offered in the presence of the jury, the court will allow these exhibits to be admitted. You have a running objection, Mr. Goble.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Both sides ready for the jury?
Your Honor.
Let's go.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
Oh, thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Whale what? Welcome. Welcome. I'm sorry. Honey.
They're not serving
so
whale
sorry,
semen.
baby.
I've got it. Thank
Guess what? You're a bitch.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Dewell.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead and state your name.
My name is David B. Rogers II.
And who are you employed by?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I've been with the FBI over 20 years.
In your 20 years, what all roles have you had at the FBI?
Initially, I was an investigator for domestic terrorism and international terrorism, and I worked approximately 15 years as a weapons of mass destruction investigator, which is chem, bio, rad, nuke, explosive investigations. And then I took the role as a senior team leader for our evidence response team, our crime scene team, for approximately 4 years. And then I recently now a cyber agent for the criminal. And I have also been a part of our hazardous evidence response team since 2011. I've been a part of our evidence response team since 2018. And like I said, in 2021, I took the role as a senior team leader who's over the entire team of 32 individuals plus alternates.
You talk real fast. Oh, slow down.
Apologize.
I've just got nervous looking at you. What type of training and education did you have to have these roles?
So in order to be on the crime scene team or even the hazardous evidence response team, you have to have 40 hours of training in each discipline. So it's 2 weeks of training. And then in addition to those trainings, you have others. So I've had post-blast, which is explosive recovery training. I've had large vehicle post-blast training. I've had human remains recovery training that lasts is approximately a week. I've also facilitated some of those trainings with our anthropologists that are in the Dallas area. I've also attended other trainings that dealt with body recovery stuff.
Were you asked to assist on the investigation in this case for Athena Strand?
Yes, I was.
And when were you first asked to assist?
I was, as senior team leader, I was asked by my supervisor to respond out to the abduction site and went there on that behalf with a small group of people to be in the area in order to make a determination how many people, where we needed people to go.
You mentioned that you were the senior team leader for this team. What is a senior team leader's role?
My role is to coordinate and plan all the operations on scene to include, and also training and making sure that people on our team are certified to go and handle crime scene teams, or crime scenes.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you participate in I'm going to call the initial search of the arrest van?
Correct.
If I call the van, the arrest van, do you know which van I'm talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what license plate that van had?
I believe it was GCP 0468.
I'm sure we're talking about the same van. On this initial search, what did you and your team do?
Because the vehicle was brought to us, we knew that there was items in there that was the investigators wanted. We were able to take a picture, or we were able to look into the vehicle and see that there was a cell phone and a bag that was visible in the vehicle. And therefore, we collected those two items.
The two items reflected were the backpack and a phone.
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, may I approach this?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 143 through 152. And do you recognize these items?
Yes, I do.
And what are you looking at?
This is the FedEx vehicle that the individual was arrested in and had personal belongings in.
And were you there when those photos were taken?
Yes, I was.
And do all of those photos fairly and accurately depict the scene and the items that were in place that day?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 143 through 152.
That's appropriate.
State's exhibits 143 through 152 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Publish State's Exhibit 143 on our screen. What am I looking at here?
You're looking at the FedEx vehicle that we processed, collected evidence.
Zoom in a little bit. Do you see that license plate number?
Yes, I did.
Can you read that?
It's Golf Charlie Papa 0468, so GCP 0468.
Is that the license plate with the Wesleyan?
Yes, it was.
Publish State's Exhibit 148. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the cab of the vehicle. In the picture, you can see the cell phone right in the middle console. We take the photos of the entry photos is how we see it when the door is open. So nothing is manipulated from our end when we get in there.
Are we showing all the photos here today, or were there more photos than what I showed you?
Of that day?
Yes.
I believe this is all the photos. Yeah.
And show you what's marked or has been admitted as State's Exhibit 149. What are we looking at here?
The cell phone still in the console with appears something on the screen.
Are all these photos taken before anybody has touched the items?
Is before our team touches the items, correct?
I believe you said before that this item was collected by the FBI team.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 153. And do you recognize this item?
This appears to be the item with the supplement, yes. Yes, this appears to be the item with the supplement.
And how do you recognize it?
It has on here the description that was collected by the FBI from the FedEx vehicle.
And
then released to Wise County, and then opened on March 14th, 2024, and then packaged in here.
And was your team who originally seized and collected that
Yes.
item?
Yes.
And what did you do with that item once it was collected?
Once we collected it, we provided a chain of custody to the Wise County's office.
And other than the addition of that package, has it been altered or tampered with in any way to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state option evidence states exhibit 153.
No additional corrections.
Those previous objections are overruled and states 153 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And do you go by Special Agent?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Special Agent Rogers, as soon as you guys were in the middle of or concluding that initial search of the arrest van, what did you do next?
We got a call that said that we requested the assistance of our team by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers.
Is that still on that same date of December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, it was the night of on December 2nd.
Where were you asked to go?
We were asked to go to a county road, 922 County Road. That was about 15, 20 minutes from that location, I believe.
Do you recall about what time of day or night it was?
We finished up around 7:30 from the Wise County office, and then departed to the where the recovery was to occur.
Was it already dark out?
Yes, it was.
When you arrived on that scene, what did you see?
Coming down the road with a team in our supply vehicle, it was lined with first responders. As we approached, we were able to set up our vehicle on the bridge area, and then was able to and then deploy some. There were some lights out there, but we had some other lights that we utilized to brighten the area.
And you mentioned your team. Who all from your team was with you at that point?
Collectively, it was all the people that were from the Wise County Sheriff's Office that came out there, and then we got on the bridge, and then we had to assemble a smaller team of 7 individuals.
And a smaller team of 7 individuals to do what?
Obviously, it's a hard decision to make. We wanted to choose with the assistance of the team leader and our senior members. We kind of compiled some names that we thought could handle the scene. Obviously, this is going to be a traumatic scene, so we wanted to make sure that we had people that could handle it. It's very easy to just select people, but we know what's going to happen in the aftermath of it. So, this team is made up of people who go above and beyond, that put the mission first ahead of their own personal costs, and it is their opportunity, our opportunity, to give those who have been silenced by tragedy a voice, and that voice is justice. And so we all
Sustained.
We all go.
That's enough.
Okay.
No, that's enough. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. As a senior team leader, is it your job, if you will, to pick who those 7 individuals were going to be?
Yes, it is.
Were you one of those 7 individuals?
That was one of those 7 individuals. Yes. Yes.
Was one of the 7 individuals somebody to take photos?
Yes.
And can you walk us through that process, that once you arrive on scene, what you're doing first?
So once we are received, then we're organizing the team of who's going to do what. We have an individual who's a photographer. We have an individual who's a photo logger. We have then individuals that are going to go into the water to do recovery, into individuals that are going to assist with that, as well as processing the body once it's out.
And were you present during this entire time?
It was.
And driving on approach.
Yes.
I am showing here what has been marked as States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178. And do you recognize all of these photographs?
I do.
And you were present on scene during all of these?
Yes, it was.
And does this fairly and accurately depict the scene and the body recovery as you personally saw it that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state option to evidence States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178.
Any objections other than those previously given to the court? Yes.
Oh, I need to get a shower in a little bit because I've done my 10,000 steps. Not that I was aiming for 10,000, but I don't overdo it. But then at the same time, I'm not going to do many steps tomorrow, so we'll see.
No additional objections, Mr.
No additional.
Your objections previously given are overruled and States Exhibits 160 through 176 and 178 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We publish States Exhibit 160. And can you describe what we're looking at here?
So you're looking at that bridge, and then you're looking down off of it to the water, and that's concrete block right there. And then on the other side of that block is where the remains were recovered.
Let me zoom back out a little bit. What are we seeing kind of more in the distance where those vehicles are parked?
Okay, so you're seeing what I talked about coming up that path where the first responders, then off, there's a post there, it's hard to see, but off to the right is a kind of a barrier where cars can park there. It's kind of a graveled area. There is a little pass on the other side of that little barrier there where we would walk, where we end up walking down to the site.
When you say there's like a little path, can you describe the path?
Just a beaten path where people have walked before.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 169. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at a different angle, but closer to the right side of where that concrete block was, and just looking down towards the water. Where that concrete is, you can go down the left side of it or the right side of it.
When you say go down, is it a smooth path? Is it rocky? Can you describe that?
It was very slick. It was kind of cobbled, a lot of dirt and rocks that were
concrete block, how high is that?
Roughly maybe 4 to 5 feet or so. Can't really remember how tall it was.
Were you one of the individuals that physically got into the water?
Yes, it was.
Can you describe to us your process for getting into the water and to like getting down those paths with your team, and who was there?
Okay. So prior to going down, I gave team assignments for what people were going to do. We were going to wear Tyvek suits and then gloves as personal protective equipment to go into the water. Myself and Tim Smiley went into the water to recover Athena, and then we had 2 individuals that were on the shore. There was a rope because of how the edge of the water was. It was very rocky. It was very unstable, kind of being able to get your footing. It was obviously you're in the water, can't see anything because it's I think the depth of visibility was only a few inches down, maybe that you could see stuff, maybe 5 or 6 inches. So we had someone that was on the shore with a rope, also in personal protective equipment to help us, because we knew that they were going to assist us as we were making our way out of the water, and then to kind of carry her out of the water and then put her on a flattened area that had another body bag laid down so we could so she wasn't going to be resting on the dirt.
What's been admitted as 172? What are we looking at here?
Kind of towards the middle of the screen, and then a little bit more in the middle, very middle, you can see was a hand that was barely visible out of under the water. And then you could obviously, from our perspective, because we were in the water, you could only see the hand barely visible. You couldn't see the very outline, but obviously photographs give you that advantage. But we could see just her hand that was kind of under the water.
And is this how you and your team found Athena before you entered the water?
Correct.
So once she's in the water right here, what did your team then do to recover?
So Tim and I, Agent Tim Smiley and I went into the water. I was going to go, I took one side of her body, he took the other side, and we grabbed her arm and her leg, and we both were trying to work our way out of the water to where we got to the other 2 individuals that were standing there to assist us as we came out of the water.
Counsel.
Yes.
Okay, well, I was going to go for the shower. Sorry, Sarah P. I'll delay FaceTiming you. I was literally about to FaceTime you. I'll delay to see what's happening here, and then I'll go have a shower, and I'll FaceTime you, Sarah.
At this point, I think you were stating that you and another individual were in the water. And were you handing her off, or what would you do next to get her on again?
So we, all 4 people were assisting her body over to the ledge that we were going to place her on so we could take the photographs and then collect the forensic, or maintain the forensic, preserve the forensic evidence that could have been available or on the body. So like I said, there was a rope that helped guide us because it was rocky, where the footing was unsure, and we were able to kind of move her up into a flattened area where our photographers were.
I'm going to show you 173. What are we looking at here?
This is the as we came out, I would say it was probably about mid-chest level where that landing was, and that's where we put Athena's body onto the body bag.
How deep was the water?
It was roughly, it was up to about kind of our waist. I remember right around our waist, and it was about 5 feet from the edge into the water.
Placed her on this, and this was a body bag, you said?
Correct. It was.
And what did y'all do at this point?
At this point, as we later up there, our photographers started taking the photographs of the body. As they took the photographs, then we put bags and taped them around her hands. And then after those were photographed, we then rotated her body over to the backside where more photographs were taken, and then eventually rotated back to where she was face up.
Not been published on the screen, but I'd like you to look at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 174. And I'd like for you to just describe for the jury what we're looking at and what you're doing with it.
The images of Athena laying on a body bag. She is upright, her face up. The time, you want me to go into what I recall on that moment? As we lifted her out of where we placed her on this bag, I remember her being really cold to the touch, firm. And then with the lights and everything that was on the bridge hitting down, her skin appeared to be glistening, almost kind of angel-like, is what I recall it. And then I recall bubbles escaping right where her mouth is. She was blowing bubbles, and as that moment where you kind of see it, and then also the reality of it sits in of the trauma that was very apparent on her body.
May I finish this?
Yes.
May I publish this as one on the jury?
Yes.
Especially marauders. At this point, what did you guys do to finalize getting Athena into the body bag?
So once all the pictures were taken and her hands were bagged, we then placed her in a body bag, which prior to that was there was a determination that the body was deceased by the Justice of the Peace, and then we zipped up and then put our identification tags on it, and then brought it up to the funeral home that was going to take the body and then have it go to the medical examiner's office.
Who brought her body up to the
It was our team that brought her up.
I'll pass those.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Agent Rogers, you were not the person who took those photographs,
Not those, no, sir.
and all the photographs and any evidence were turned over to Deputy Jamie.
Yes, the Wise County, yes.
That's what.
Redirect. May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let us take our morning break, okay? I'll call you back in just a few minutes.
Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Surprised that's you saying that, Baldaza. I expected one of the ladies to say that. All right, we're on a short break. Oh, thank you, Nancy. Nice to see you, my darling. I love when you post from the police station in Canton. Nice to see you and Annie and, obviously Peter Murphy and Carol and everyone there. So it's good. Thank you for continuing to do that. I think it's important to be there. I think it's a good sign. Oh, so I'm trying to walk. I'm trying to do, Nancy, 100 miles in April. And I've done 43 and a half, I think. 44 up to this morning. And I did 8,000 before the stream started. And now I'm at, let's take a look. Sarah P told me I have to reach a certain amount before we FaceTime in the shower. So let me take a look here. Oh, shit. Maybe it doesn't work because I haven't moved. Let's refresh it and see. Oh, 11,210. Okay, that's good. Sarah P told me 20,000 and we can get naked. So that's my aim, 20,000. Here we go. Right, Sarah P. Sarah P has a tough time with me. I'll be honest with you. She does have a tough time. But she loves every second of it, Right, let's put something else on for a second whilst we look around, because I'm enjoying these, what do you call them, reactions for foods and stuff, So, what should I do? I love you too, Sarah P. I love you too. Right, let's have a look here. Okay. Let's have a look at this. Okay, this is a good one because I need to learn how to make this anyway. So let's have a look at this guy. Let's have a look at him. Let me boost the volume. Let me boost it. Got a crawfish hanging on the boobie. I do. This, yeah, that there. Marshfield, Dave. Right, Dave, don't start any rumours again now. You know what you like. You get all the women in chat all riled up. Right, here we go. Chicken parmesan. Let's have a look.
And today on Preppy Kitchen, we're making an easy, delicious chicken parmesan. So let's get started.
Looks delicious.
First off, set your oven to 425 so it's nice and hot. And I want to grate a cup of Parmesan cheese. That's about 56 grams. By the way, chicken parmesan is an Italian-American dish. Eggplant parm, more Italian. But here, There was just more meat available and it was cheaper in the US, so Italian American immigrants modified recipes from back home to use meat. This classic dish,
I will say eggplant does not float my boat. It does not float my boat.
is something that everybody loves. My kids are obsessed with it. And as a bonus, it's super easy to make. Just about a cup. I'm going to set this aside and chop some parsley to finish my prep. You'll want about 3 tablespoons of flat leaf parsley that's been nicely chopped. And by the way, if you like my videos, hit that subscribe button. There's 2 new recipes every single week. Set that aside, and now we can prep our chicken. I have 3 boneless, skinless chicken breasts. I'm going to cut these down the middle so I have 6 thin fillets. If the thickness isn't super even, you can pound them out so they're nice and flat. Just let them cook evenly. I'm going to cover these up.
Right, why do you have to pound them? I see people doing that. I see people go to town. So I don't understand why you have to flatten it. Why do you have to flatten your meat? Pound them out. Sarah P's on it already. No, I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't, but Daza probably would. Pound that meat. Yeah, but why? Why do you have to pound the meat? I don't get it. Tenderize it. Really? Does it tenderize it? I didn't know that. That was a genuine question. Because every night, Sarah P says to me, I'm going to pound your meat. You need to pound your meat. I'm like, I don't understand why. Tenderize it. Fine, I get it now.
With some parchment paper and
Thank you, lovely.
Give them a little pound. Today, we'll be pan frying the chicken and then finishing it in the oven. If you wanted to, you could click up here for an air fryer version of this recipe. It's super fast and the flavor is very similar. My chicken's all prepped, so I'm going to set this aside, wash my hands, and set up my dredging station.
So if you want to get the recipe, just click on my Buy Me a Coffee link and it should take you there once you buy me 10 coffees.
Grab 3 shallow bowls or pie pans, and in the first, we're going to crack 2 eggs. We're going to season these with a pinch of salt and a pinch of pepper, and then just give them a nice mix. Okay.
Good.
To our second dish, we'll add 1/3 cup or 40 grams of all-purpose flour,
Thanks, bud.
a teaspoon of salt, and half a teaspoon of pepper. Give that a stir so everything's nicely distributed.
Now,
in the last dish, we're going to add half a cup of the
that's reasonable seasoning. To me, that's the kind of seasoning I'm like, oh yeah, that's good.
shredded parm, half a cup of Italian breadcrumbs, 1 cup or 120 grams of panko bread.
Right, I need to sit down because I am tired. Smash that meat, give it some love. There you go, lovely. Lovely enjoys it. Right, why do you have to have Italian breadcrumbs? What is the breadcrumbs? Is the breadcrumbs literally just bread? Again, genuine question. Is it just bread? Could I take a loaf of bread and just, dice it to small bits? Is that fine? It's like, no, I know what. So could I not use it a loaf of bread then? You all don't bread your meat over there. No, I've never breaded my meat. It's like putting a condom on. You just don't do it, Italian breadcrumbs have seasoning, okay, but yes, but the bread needs to be stale. So okay, so it's like stuffing. It's last like us. So we would do that with stale bread to make stuffing, essentially. So it would be so how we do stuffing is we blend it to a fine amount, and then we add butter and all that to make the stuffing. But basically, you say just leave it dry. Chicken parmesan, or you could have to toast it or let it get. I would leave it to get stale. Yeah, you can buy. You can, but it's not. It's fresh, but does it? It's fresh. Do you know what I mean? So I want stale, like a week's old bread, and I could just grind it through. Thank you, Nancy. Oh my God, Nancy. Hang on, people. Thank you. Oh shit. You see, this is why I love Lovely and Nancy. Hang on. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy bought 5 coffees. Said, "Great job, Dylan." Thank you very much, Nancy. You didn't have to do that, But thank you very, very much. You see, you're a nice person in chat. Lovely's lovely as well. The rest of them are fucking pain in the asses. But thank you. Some people do make their own. I don't think we would have breadcrumbs unless it was like similar breadcrumbs from the store, but they would be fresh, if that makes sense. There wouldn't be any seasoning or anything in it. So how I would do it then is get a week-old bread, dice it, get it in there, blend it, and then put some herbs in it. What's panko? I don't know what panko is. Yeah, thank you very much again, Nancy, for the 5 coffees. I appreciate it, my darling. That's very generous. Thank you very much. I don't know what panko is. My bread is never around to get stale. I always buy a specific bread just to get it stale.
Crumbs, these give you so much texture. I love using them. And our finely chopped parsley. You could definitely add some red pepper flakes here for extra heat, or if you only have panko breadcrumbs, just use all panko breadcrumbs or all Italian breadcrumbs. It doesn't need both.
Okay, you said panko. I gotta look it up now. Panko. Oh, fuck. I just pressed something I wasn't supposed to press. Panko breadcrumbs. Oh, yeah. We do have it. I've never seen this before in my life. I can get it on Amazon. Hang on, I'll show it to you now so you can shout to me, people. It's quite expensive though. Emma basic panko breadcrumbs, 1 kilogram bread, oven baked, less oily, cheese, extra crispy, Japanese style. Panko breadcrumbs, light and crispy. I like Ritz crackers. I do like Ritz crackers. Oh, for that, okay. It's just expensive. It's like fucking $11, $12. Gluten free is like $14. Fucking this, 10 kilograms. I don't need 10 kilograms. 1 kilogram is, yeah, about $11. That's just for breadcrumbs. I was going to try and do chicken parmesan, to be quite honest with you, Dave. All right, let me get this back up now for us to watch. That's just a bit too expensive, I think.
One will be still delicious. My dredging station's ready, and right now I'm going to measure a cup of olive oil out, just so I have it at the ready. Now we can start dredging. So grab your first piece of chicken, and we're going to cover that with our flour. Shake the excess off. Give that a dip in your egg. Allow the excess to drip off.
So what's all-purpose flour? Is that like self-raising for us, Badaza? Self-raising flour, is that all-purpose?
And then we can coat that in our breadcrumb cheese situation. Press it down so it gets all of that topping. When done, we're going to repeat this for the remaining chicken, and you could do this in batches or prep all the chicken out and have it on a baking sheet ready to go. I'm dredging the first 3 pieces of chicken, and once those are ready, we're going to get our oil nice and hot and get to cooking, and while they cook, you can finish dredging the rest. 1 cup of olive oil right into our pan. I did not want to eyeball it this time because
No, plain flour, fine. Plain flour, thank you. I wasn't sure which self-raised or plain flour. All purposes plain flour, thank you. Because we only have 2 types, plain flour or self-raising. Right. So do you fry it? Because I was going to just put it in the oven, but you fry it, do you? Shit, okay.
don't usually add a cup of olive oil to my pans. It's usually 2 tablespoons. And we're going to pop this over medium-high heat and let the oil heat until it's nice and shimmering. My oil is hot and shimmering, so we're going to add our chicken pieces in, and you're going to do 2 to 3, depending on the size of your pan. I think mine's big enough for 3. It's big enough for 2 pieces. This will cook for about 4 minutes per side or until it's golden brown. So Give it a check every once in a while. Once it's golden, flip it over, and then you're going to place that onto your baking sheet and complete the rest of the chicken pieces. That was golden in 2 minutes. You'll also want to adjust the heat as needed because pan might cool down, it might get too hot. It really depends on your cooktop. Mine runs very hot. My first 2 are done, so I'm placing those onto a paper towel-lined baking sheet just to absorb some of the oil. And we're going to continue on with the next batch. If you want to step this out, you could make the chicken ahead of time and then just add the marinara and cheese later. This reheats really easily. Once your last piece of chicken has been cooked, we're going to top these up and pop them into the oven. It's so quick. 1/4 to 1/3 of a cup of marinara for each of these guys. Just get a nice dollop towards the center. This makes like a good family-sized portion. You can scale the recipe up pretty easily, or...
Like dolmio sauce, basically, yeah? See, oh, have a great lunch, my darling. Have a great lunch. And thank you again so much for the coffees, Nancy. Appreciate that. Thank you, my darling. Enjoy yourself.
If it's too much for you, this makes really great leftovers. All you have to do is air fry them for a few minutes and it crisps and warms back up really nicely. I also have 2 cups of low moisture shredded mozzarella, and I'm just going to give each piece of chicken a really nice...
I think I would go with cheddar cheese. Cheddar cheese, personally.
Pile of that. If you'd like, you could use provolone instead of mozzarella. It's really any melty, delicious cheese. I'm also going to add a tablespoon of shredded parm right on top for each of these pieces. My chicken parm is ready to go into the oven, 425 for 15 to 20 minutes, or until the cheese is all melted and the chicken's been cooked through. Remember, we browned the chicken. It's not necessarily cooked all the way through yet. While that's baking, we'll make some pasta and get this all together. So I think chicken parm goes with everything, but the classic combination is with some spaghetti. So if you'd like that classic combination, get 1 pound of pasta and cook it in some salted boiling water until it's al dente. Then we're ready to combine. Top with some parsley, and just like that, you're ready to enjoy.
Right. So, critique in here, right? I think he needs more marinara sauce. I just, or do you? Or is it too much? Makes it too soggy, maybe? I just think that was like there now. Look, I'm not turning this down. I'd fucking eat that. To be quite honest with you, I think I'd demolish that. If I'm being honest with you, that does look delicious. But I thought there would be more sauce and a little bit more cheese. I thought it was going to cover the whole chicken. But I won't lie to you, I'd fucking demolish it. That looks delicious. I always break the spaghetti. Sorry, lovely. We've had this conversation before. I'm sorry. Too much prep time. Dave, you don't even fucking cook. Your wife does. So I don't know what you're whinging about too much prep time for. Right, let's get back to the trial because it might... Oh, they're back. Yeah, Dave's saying too much prep time. It's like as if he's ever cooked chicken parm. Your wife does it, Dave. You just put it in the microwave afterwards. If there's any spare. Oh, okay. So literally there's multiple ways of doing it. Fine. Fine. Robin G says, how about spread out the sauce though? Okay. I'm more in Robin G's line. I thought there'd be more spreading out of the sauce. But I'm fine with that. As it was, I'm fine. I was just surprised, that's all. I thought there'd be more. Hey, Jonathan. Hold the red sauce. Okay. Dave doesn't like red sauce either. Fits in the saucepan. Don't. That does Don't be nasty to her. Everyone promises that you'll never snap your spaghetti ever again. Okay, interesting people. So I can get chicken pre-made, like already, but I don't know. Yeah, you're a sicko. You're a sicko. I could never eat octopus, I don't think.
Right, both sides ready for the jury? Yes, sir. Let's go.
Right, I'll be going for a shower in a second. I can't get enough steps in for Sarah P, so we'll have to do the stuff another time, Sarah. I just haven't got the energy today.
Judge, I think you have something that I need. Nope. Thank you, sir.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barry, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, welcome.
Morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jessica Dwyer. That's D as in dog, W-Y-E-R. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner and Director of the Crime Lab for the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas County.
And can you tell me, as a medical examiner, what is sort of your job description?
So a medical examiner is the same thing as a forensic pathologist. Pathology is an area of medicine that's focused on the study of disease. Forensic pathology is even more specific. It focuses on the study of death. So that's basically what I do.
And can you tell us what kind of background, training, experience you've had to qualify you for the job that you currently hold?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in animal science from Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. Following that, I obtained a medical degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center of San Antonio, which is in San Antonio, Texas. Following that, I completed a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency with the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then following that, I did a year of specialized training in forensic pathology that's called a fellowship. And that was with the Office of the Medical Examiner of Allegheny County, which is also in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then along the way, there are 3 licensing exams that you have to take in order to practice medicine in the United States. Passed all of those on the first attempt. And I also have 3 board certifications in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, all of which I passed on the first attempt.
And since you have become a medical examiner at the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences, have you, I guess, been given other duties than just the level of medical examiner?
Yes, sir. As the Director and Chief Medical Examiner, I have a lot of administrative duties as well, but I do still perform autopsies every day.
Are you at supervisory duties over the others?
Yes.
And with regard to an autopsy that was performed on the date of, I believe it was December 3rd, 2022, approximately 7:30 a.m. on an individual by the name of Athena Strand. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And so I just stated the date it was on, but how was it that you first became aware of this case? And was it were you just on duty that day, or did you specifically go to perform the autopsy on this particular day?
I was scheduled for work that day, so whatever cases are reported to the office that we ultimately bring in for an examination are your task for the day. So in this case was reported from the Justice of the Peace in Wise County, and they requested us to perform the autopsy, and that was my assignment for the day.
And according to your understanding, what was that day in relation to the day where her body was located?
So I believe the body, if I were, because this was a Saturday morning, I do remember it was on a Saturday. I believe her body was discovered Friday evening, and the case was reported to us somewhere in the late evening, early morning on Saturday, the December 3rd.
And is that common or unusual as far as an autopsy being performed so quickly? How does it normally take place?
No, for cases that are reported to our office and brought in for an examination, we try to maintain a 24-hour turnaround time. So this is not unique.
Okay, you talk real fast.
I'll try. I know.
Your footwork not down.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the autopsy on Athena Strand, can you kind of just walk us through just the basic process of what happens from the time that a body is delivered to the medical examiner's office until the point that you encounter it?
So the process of an autopsy?
Well, the process of getting it to you.
Okay.
Yes.
So in this instance, the body is actually brought to our facility, specifically the morgue area. We do scan the body in. The body bag is sealed with a plastic tag that we keep closed until the time of the examination. But as the body is scanned into the building, it doesn't mean that we are automatically starting the autopsy at that point. So we have a cooler that they stay in until the autopsy is performed. And then not the process of the autopsy, just the intake part, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So once you are ready to begin the process of the autopsy, let me ask you this first of all. What's the purpose of the cooler?
So it is kept at a cold temperature to just preserve the condition of the body.
And is that slow the rate of something?
Decomposition, slows the rate of decomposition, yes.
And are there some documents that you usually have to have in order to do an autopsy?
There are some documents that we typically have before the autopsy, yes.
And can you kind of describe what that is?
So our building is a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week operation, but I am not physically in the building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Who answers the phone for our facility are our forensic investigators. So anytime a death is reported to our facility, it's the death investigator that is taking that information, determining if this case needs to actually be brought in for an examination, et cetera. So they will draft a report of all the things that were reported to them by whoever is reporting the death. So it's called an investigator narrative. So that's given to the medical examiner prior to the case. So we have an idea as to what's the circumstances of the death and kind of helps us triage our cases for the day.
So you had some understanding of what was the circumstances before you did the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Do you also have to be given some official authorization from somebody in the county that it comes from in order for you to do an autopsy?
So because I'm an employee of Dallas County is my jurisdiction. However, when another county is requesting our office to do an autopsy, they have to provide an authorization form stating we're requesting Dallas County to perform this autopsy, correct?
Now, as you are conducting an autopsy, do you take notes, fill out diagrams, things like that, to record your findings so that later you can put them in your autopsy report?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what that's called?
We kind of colloquially refer to them as our bench notes. Essentially, it's all the notes from the case that I'm going to then take to my desk after I'm done with the case so I can officially memorialize it in a more organized, neat fashion into an autopsy report.
Now, before an autopsy report comes out, is there another short form report that is often issued by the medical examiners before the final autopsy report?
So we do have a cause of death report that you can request through our office, and what it is it's on official letterhead, and it just provides the cause and manner of death for the decedent with the signature of the pathologist performing that examination.
And then, of course, the final document would be your examination report. What is that called?
You're talking about the finalized autopsy report?
Yes.
Yes, that's the neat version. It also incorporates any findings from toxicology or some ancillary testing that we may or may not request, but that is the comprehensive finalized report.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Dwyer, I'm going to show you 4 different documents. State's Exhibit number 271, you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 271?
This is the autopsy authorization form for decedent Athena Strand that's signed by Judge Jan Morrow, who is the Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1 in Wise County, Texas.
And State's Exhibit number 272, you may have to look through that and see if you recognize all the pages.
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 272?
This is a copy of my bench notes.
Okay. And chronologically, that would come during the autopsy itself, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, following the autopsy, the short form report, State's Exhibit 273?
Yes, this is the cause of death report, signed by me.
All right. And then finally, State's Exhibit number 274.
Yes, sir. This is a copy of the finalized autopsy report.
Thank you. Do the documents, both of the bench notes, the cause of death report, and the autopsy itself, do those document your findings during the autopsy of Athena Strand on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 271, 272, 273, and 274.
State's Exhibits 271 through 274 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
We'll start with State's Exhibit number 274. I'm going to leave all this up here because it shows us what the page number is as we're looking at it on your autopsy. So as we look at State's Exhibit 274, it's titled, what is it titled?
Autopsy report.
Okay. Do you see on there the date and approximate time that the body was found?
Yes, sir.
And what is that for purposes of the record?
So date of death is based on when she was found, which was December 2nd, 2022 at 8:45 p.m.
And then what is the date and time that the autopsy itself was performed according to this document?
Where it says examination performed December 3rd, 2022 at 7:30 a.m.
Now, with regard to the autopsy itself, before the autopsy begins, is there an evidence collection? You can turn that off for a second. Is there an evidence collection process that takes place?
Yes.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
Depending on the type of or suspicion of death, we may collect trace evidence at the autopsy. In the event that there's a firearm potentially used in the decedent's death, we would test for gunpowder residue, or we may collect hair, we may collect fingernails, or a blood sample to ultimately be dried on a blood card. Those are some examples of trace evidence we collect.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And of those things that were collected, can you describe them, what was collected in this particular case?
Yes. So we did collect a blood card. So it has 4 spots of dried blood on it. That's to preserve her DNA. We have a sample of her scalp hair, which we also use for DNA. When her body was actually received with her hands covered with brown paper bags, we will keep those brown paper bags. I did perform gunshot residue testing on her hands just because I didn't know what kind of death we were potentially dealing with when I did the case. And then also collected fingernail clippings from both of her hands, her right and left hand. And then we also collected a sexual activity kit.
And the sexual activity kit, can you describe what that is?
So exactly that. It is evidence that may be related to sexual activity. So it's typically swabs and pubic hair collection. So for a man, it would be swabs from the penis and penile urethra, in addition to the anus and the oral cavity or the mouth. For a female, it would be oral cavity, vagina, both the outside and the inside, and also the anus.
And with regard to those things, once they're collected, what happens to them?
They're packaged in a kit, and they ultimately get transferred to our evidence registration. Since this is an out-of-county case, it doesn't automatically go to our crime lab. The county would then have to request testing or analysis of that kit from our crime lab, or they may send it elsewhere, but it gets sent to our evidence registration.
And yeah, hold on for a second. I need to ask a question. May I approach, Ron?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as 260, states 269 and states 270. Does it appear to have the evidence tape from the Dallas County Medical Examiner?
Yes, with my initials too.
And can you describe, first of all, what would be in states exhibit number 269?
So a lot of this writing in yellow tape is not mine, but what I can tell you is that this is typically how I package evidence from a homicide or potential homicide. And there is a sticker itemizing this particular item that correlates to the number for this decedent. And then we will seal the top of the bag with tape and red evidence tape, which I initial. But the yellow tape and everything else, I don't know who did that.
And what would the contents be? I'm sorry.
Everything that I just listed that I collected would be in there with the exception of the sexual activity kit.
And then states exhibit number 270?
Yes, sir. This is the sexual activity kit.
Okay. And these both relate to the body of Athena Strand and the autopsy done on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I will offer states exhibit number 269 and 270 in the evidence.
States exhibits 269 and 270 were admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, during this process of conducting an autopsy, is there someone there, either yourself or someone at your immediate direction, that takes photographs of this process?
No, I take the photographs.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking the photographs?
So we take photographs on every postmortem examination or autopsy. There's standard photographs we do for every case, and then in some cases they may require additional photographs, essentially documenting with photographic evidence any of your findings.
And do the photographs that you have, are they given specific monikers as far as the name of the photograph itself that are unique, with at least within that case, so that there's no mix-up? Two things have the same name.
So any decedent that is examined in our office is given what we call a unique identifying number. It always starts with IFS and the year that the autopsy is performed. And so all of the photographs pertaining to this decedent will be labeled with that IFS number.
And approximately, if you know, how many photographs were taken in this case? Yeah.
I don't know the exact number.
Prior to court, though, I think I showed you approximately 38 of the total number of photographs that were taken by you during this autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have an opinion as to whether it would aid the jury in understanding your testimony to maybe not here in court today, but at some point have an opportunity to view those photographs?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Dwyer, the reason we're doing it this way is to avoid unintentionally displaying photographs that we do not at this time intend to display.
Okay.
So each of the photographs that I'm going to ask you about has been covered with a slip cover, so that if I ask you about it, you're going to have to slide the slip cover or the photograph up, but just if you be careful not to display it unintentionally.
Sure.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask you to look at these. Have you seen prior to court today a what I would call a contact sheet that has the different state's exhibit numbers that go with the different photographs in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to show you that. I'm not offering it into evidence, but would aid in your going through these to be able to see that.
Thank you.
Mr. Berry, let's mark that, and we'll we'll admit it as a record purpose.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we spoke about that before we came back, and that's no objection.
Okay.
If we had to reflect it all.
Okay.
And that would be, I believe, 286 for purposes of the record. Thank you. I put it here on the top right corner. The court reporter wants me to put it on the bottom right, but I didn't want to cover anything up. So if you would use this during your testimony.
You offer 286 for the record.
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor, as long as it's not going to be admitted or false.
Okay. 286 is admitted for purposes of the record.
Regarding the autopsy of Athena Strand, can you tell us how does she come to the medical examiner's office, in what state?
So are you talking about when we actually are you asking for my observation when we initially opened the body bag and my initial view of the body?
Well, I mean, let's talk about the body bag first of all.
Okay.
What is the body bag?
So decedents are typically transferred to and from our facility within a plastic pouch. that is a body bag, just so you can maintain privacy and they can be transferred in and out of the facility discreetly and preserve evidence.
And if there's any additional debris, fibers, other things that have come off of the body, is it also to help preserve those things?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go about the process of, is there some type of a procedure that is done even before the body is removed from the body bag?
Yes. So let me also backtrack. We work with, when I do an autopsy, I work with an autopsy technician, and we work side by side. So they are ultimately the ones that will go and retrieve the body from our cooler. In addition, before the autopsy, they can do a postmortem x-ray, which is just like what you're familiar with from a hospital. And we're just looking for any potential foreign material that we would want to collect, any evidentiary items. And then the body is brought to the autopsy station. And then we break the seal, open the body bag, and I will document the condition of the body with photographs. We typically refer to those as is photographs, because it's before we do anything to the body.
And were those things done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And what, can you tell us whether or not there were any foreign objects that needed to be, that were identified as part of the x-ray?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the body itself, you said that you took some as-is photographs, and I would ask you to refer in your book there to, and if you need to remove those from that book to be more discreet, however you need to do it.
Okay, thank you.
But State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, could you personally look at those and tell me if those are the as-is photographs that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to go through this process in a way where, rather than displaying them, I'm going to just ask you to describe what you're seeing for purposes of the record. That way, if there's any question about it later, they can refer back to your testimony.
Okay.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, the as-is photographs, would you please describe what you're looking at in those photographs?
So there are two of them, because one is the upper half of her body, including her head and face, and then the second one is the lower half of her body, including her legs and feet. And so basically how I received her is that she is naked, there's no clothing, and both of her hands are covered with brown paper bags, as I referred to previously, that are actually secured around her wrists with tape. And then her body was covered with kind of a brownish dirt silt appearance, and there was also fragments of vegetation within the body bag and within her scalp hair.
And just for understanding for the jury, when you take the photograph, is there anything that is covered up on the body as you are taking the photograph?
No.
Okay. Those documents, though, State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, have certain portions of that photograph been covered just for discretion's sake?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's go ahead and we're going to look at your autopsy report. And I think we can do this without the light off. The first thing you do is the external examination. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you just kind of describe in general terms what is involved in the external examination?
So the external examination is also standard process for any postmortem examination. And I always describe it as I start on one side of the body, say a foot, work my way up the entire side of that body to the head, and then to the opposite side of the body. And what I'm looking for is evidence of natural disease, evidence of trauma, any potentially identifying features like hair color, eye color, tattoos, scars, etc. Lots of different things. And once I'm done kind of looking at, and then lastly, we will roll the body so that I can see the back of the body. And then once that's complete, that's the end of the external examination.
And as part of this external examination, do you photograph the body both before and after it is, I guess, for lack of a better word, cleaned.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, once the as-is photographs are taken, what happens next?
So once the as-is photographs are taken, we would collect trace evidence if, again, depending on the type of case, but you would not want to do that after you clean the body. So we'll collect any trace evidence and then fingerprint the body, and then we will clean the body. And that way you remove any clothing, any evidence of medical intervention, any dirt, blood, etc., so that you can see the body in its entirety.
Now, I noticed in your report, and I believe we're still on page 1, that you talked about the hair being wet.
Yes, sir.
Was that from it being cleaned or something else?
No, it was received that way.
And commonly in an autopsy, if the person had been wearing clothes at the time that they were deceased, what would you receive? Just the body or something else?
If they had clothing on at the time that they were pronounced, the clothing would still be on the body, or clothing that may be with the body come with the body.
And was any clothing brought to you with the body of Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the evidence of the body itself, can you just kind of give us, you weigh the body?
Yes, sir.
Right? What was the weight of this little girl?
The weight is 67 pounds.
And what was the height or measurement?
52 inches.
In layman's terms, or feet and inches? I
Oh
don't
man,
know.
make me do math. I'm showing my Tarrant counties. So 60 inches is 5 feet. So she's 8 inches below that. So that's
4 feet, 4 inches.
sounds good. Yes, I'm so embarrassed.
That's all right. I think the judge would say you did go to Texas A&M. So.
Oh no.
So did I. With regard to, so Athena is 67 pounds, 4 feet, 4 inches, is that correct? And what was some of the observations that you made during the external examination of Athena's body?
So I already mentioned that she was received naked, no clothing received with the body. There's no jewelry on the body. In addition, like I said, the surface of the body were covered with brown dirt or silt, and there was fragments of brown vegetation within the scalp hair and on the surfaces of her body. She also has what we call pruning or washerwoman changes in the skin of her hands and feet. Other than that, she had some evidence of injury, which is much more extensive than just what I'm describing.
And let's talk about that. Not specifically what the injuries are at this point, but when you open the body bag and you see the body of this little girl, describe for the jury sort of where you're seeing the injuries on her body just from first look.
My initial impression, the first thing I thought is that she is completely congested from the neck up, meaning that it's much darker due to blood kind of being in that area of the body. Trying to think of a better way to describe congested, but it was just, you could tell that there was something going on in the head and neck area. That's before we even cleaned the body.
And congestion, is that related? It's hard. I want to kind of give a lay person's understanding what that means.
It's best way to describe it is blood's backed up in the vasculature.
And I'm not sure I understand anymore, but what's vasculature?
So all the blood vessels that circulate blood throughout your body are the vasculature system. So it's arteries, veins, and connecting those two are capillaries.
And is that something that you see in certain types of deaths versus others?
Yes.
And can you describe that for the jury?
Well, let me say congestion on its own as an isolated finding can be nonspecific. And you can see it in sudden cardiac deaths. You can see it in drownings. You can see it in asphyxial type deaths. So it's nondescript on its own, but a constellation of findings can be more helpful when you're making a diagnosis.
And when you're saying a constellation of findings, are you talking about the overall findings taken together?
Yes, sir.
Now, once she was cleaned up, could you still see this congestion, the blood near the skin, from her basically mid-chest to the top of her head?
Yes, sir.
And would the fact, I guess I have to frame it to you in a hypothetical situation, if a person had received injuries close to the time of their death and then was immediately put in a cooler type situation, either a colder body of water or a cooler like you have in your laboratory, would that essentially sort of, what would that do? Sorry.
If your objection leading is overruled based on the last statement.
So if I'm repeating your question,
yes,
would, if someone had those findings and then died, would they be altered by being put into a cooler?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Would it slow the normal rate of something that might change the appearance over time?
So the coolness of the cooler is to preserve the condition of the body by decreasing the rate of decomposition. That's just a known fact that decomposition slows when it's cold.
So if a body were put into a colder body of water in November, would that also help slow the rate of decomposition?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the body of Athena Strand, we're talking about the external examination. Were there further, to the next page, this is the page 2 of State's Exhibit number 274. You kind of went on to describe some more of the findings in the external examination.
Yes, sir.
And I don't necessarily feel like you have to read every word, but if you would give it sort of a synopsis and then maybe also explain as best you can in lay person's terms so we can understand it as well.
Sure. Just starting from the top.
Yes.
So basically, I even mentioned that the head and face exhibit trauma. There's generalized congestion of the head and face, which I just mentioned. I note that her hair is blonde and it's wavy and it's long and that it's damp. And then her eyes are green in color. When you look at the whites of her eyes and the lining of her eyes, you see florid petechial hemorrhages, which are florid just means they're everywhere. Petechial hemorrhages specifically refer to these tiny pinpoint hemorrhages that you see throughout the eyes. Let's see. She has, her teeth are kind of a mixture of what we call deciduous teeth and erupting adult teeth, which is appropriate for a 7-year-old. The neck has trauma, the chest is trauma. I did not appreciate any trauma on her vagina or within her vagina. The vaginal hymen is present and it's intact. I did examine her anus. She had some fecal material on the perianal skin, but I did not see any trauma to her anus. And then her extremities, so the arms and the legs, also showed trauma. Her fingernails are all intact, but the fingernails themselves are dirty. The toenails are also short and dirty. The soles of her feet are dirty, but otherwise unremarkable. And then the back has trauma.
So let's talk a little bit as we go through this, because there are some photographs, I believe, that correspond to some of these things. Specifically, State's Exhibit number 235, could you examine that and tell me what you see in that photograph? $235.
Sorry, I kind of juggled this. Yes, sir.
If you just give a brief description of what's shown in that photograph.
So a standard photograph that we take on all of our postmortem examinations is what we call an identification photograph. So it'll be a picture of the decedent's face with a number placard with that IFS number, the unique identifying number for that decedent.
And on that placard, if you use that as a cutoff in the picture, meaning you can see what's below and what's above it. Do you see a marked difference between what is displayed above that placard from her mid-chest up than what's below that placard?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that difference is?
So again, you can still appreciate the congestion in her head and face, and you can see multiple types of blunt force injuries, essentially from the middle of her upper chest to the top of her head.
And going on to look at, there's a series of them. I believe it's 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, and 241. Do those show her eyes on both sides of her face?
Yes, sir.
And you described, I believe, what you referred to as florid petechial hemorrhages. We're not going to be showing these to the jury at this point. So can you kind of describe, as you're looking at the photograph itself, whichever photographs you think best shows it, identify that photograph and describe what you see there as the florid petechial hemorrhages.
Sorry, let me. So in States Exhibit 236 and 238, they are photographs of the right eye showing petechial hemorrhages in the whites of the eye, which is called the sclera, and within the lining of the eyes, which is called the conjunctiva. And then same for States Exhibit 239 and 241.
And what is the significance or possible significance of finding these florid petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, such as in the case of Athena Strand?
Again, as an isolated finding, can be very nonspecific. You can see them in different types of deaths. Sometimes sudden cardiac death, you can have those. Sometimes depending on what position that you die in, you can see those. So as an isolated finding, petechial hemorrhages are not diagnostic, but again, taken in a constellation of findings can be.
And taken into the constellation of findings in this case, was that significant to you?
Yes.
In what way?
Because it wasn't just petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, it was her entire face, basically her entire head with all of that congestion. So it implies that blood is pooling in that region of the head.
And what are the possible causes of that kind of blood pooling in those regions of the head?
So my big concern was that there was an asphyxial component to this death.
And you say asphyxial component, can you explain that to the jury?
Asphyxia is a fancy word. It's a mechanism for how somebody can die, and there's different types of asphyxial deaths because you don't just spontaneously asphyxiate. There needs to be an explanation for why it occurred. But basically it means that the body is starved of oxygen. Either the blood supply is cut off or not able to supply blood, especially to the brain or the airway, or the person is not able to actually breathe and get that oxygen into the body. So examples of asphyxial death: smothering, strangulation, mechanical asphyxia, chemical asphyxia, carbon monoxide is an example, but that's an overview of asphyxia.
Understood. So you said smothering and strangulation are one of the possible
Two possibilities
of asphyxia.
Yes.
So, and you understand that in this particular case, that the defendant, Tanner Horn, has pled guilty to the offense that he was charged with.
Yes, sir.
And that was by causing the death of Athena Strand by smothering and or strangling and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with his hands, his feet, or his body.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense, given the finding that you're describing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition, do you, first of all, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma? Or strangling and smothering and strangulation?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a question clarified.
The question was, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma or strangling and smuggling?
Strangulation.
If I can.
And strangulation.
Strangulation and smothering, are those a type of blunt force trauma?
Blunt force trauma would indicate that the body comes in contact with a blunt object that could fall, those both could fall under the umbrella of blunt force injuries.
So in addition to that type of blunt force trauma, if you see other indications of blunt force trauma.
Yes, sir.
Can you just from the opening photographs kind of describe what you're seeing that indicates to you that there was other blunt force trauma?
So types of blunt force trauma would be as something as superficial as what we call an abrasion or a scrape. You know, it's a friction injury on the surface of the skin, or it could go deeper to where you have an impact and you actually break the vasculature under the skin, and now you have a contusion, also known as a bruise. Or it could go so far as the blunt object overcomes the elasticity of the skin to where now you've got it creates a gash, or what we call a laceration. So abrasions, contusions, and lacerations are all examples of blunt force injuries. What I saw on the decedent was a mixture of abrasions and contusions. I did not see any lacerations on the skin.
But it had both the abrasions, which are what you described at a more skin level, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the contusions, which are deeper into the musculature of the body, is that right?
Yes, under the skin. So it would be what we call the subcutaneous soft tissues or the muscles, all of the above.
All right. So let's go on here. Before you go into the actual evidence of injuries, do you note any potential scars, things like that on the body so that you can distinguish that from the injuries themselves?
Yes.
And as part of your bench notes that you keep, do you have a diagram related to potential scars or other things?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of doing that prior to documenting, or I don't know if you do it prior to or after, what order?
No, same time. I just, for organization purposes, I don't like to have too much messy writing all on the same page. So this is what I do for all of my cases. I have a separate page for like the potentially identifying features, hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, etc. And then I do a separate page for any evidence of injury, but they're done concomitantly.
All right. That's a big word. What does that mean?
At the same time.
At the same time. All right. Thank you. With regard to once you've done that, were there any major scarring or other injuries, evidence of prior injuries on the body of Athena Strand?
She just kind of has some scattered scars. I think somewhere on the extremities, on the abdomen, but nothing specific.
Anything unusual for a active, precocious 7-year-old girl?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the evidence of injuries, let's start talking about that. You talk in your report on the bottom of page 2, you begin with what you call blunt force injuries. Can you distinguish, just as far as terminology, what the difference is between blunt force injuries and some other types of injuries?
So I described previously that a blunt force injury is when the body comes in contact with a blunt object. Contrast to that would be sharp force injuries, where the body comes in contact with a sharp object like a knife or scissors, a razor blade, etc. Those are a different pattern of injuries. We do not have those here, but just to contrast it with blunt force injuries.
Thank you. Now, when you are beginning to document the blunt force injuries on the body of Athena Strand, do you start in a certain area and go other areas after that?
Yes, it's my convention. I like to start with the head and neck, and then I'll move to the trunk and then the extremities. But that's just my convention.
And is that something that you do on every autopsy?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about the head and the neck of Athena Strand.
Okay.
Because that's the order that is in your autopsy. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to kind of give your basic findings, and if you need to, we're going to talk about some of the photographs that go with those in a moment. But if you need to stop and explain a word, because we know we all won't understand it, if you do that, I appreciate it.
Sure. So I'm just going to kind of read what I have written here. But for the head and neck area, so starting with on the forehead, there's a 1.5 inch focus of patterned abrasions that are on the right side of her forehead. So they're abrasions because they're a superficial injury of the skin, but they have this zigzag, almost like a tread-like pattern on the right side of her forehead. And then she also has a 3/4 inch contusion on the middle of her forehead. She has a 3/4 inch contusion above the lateral aspect of her left eyebrow. She has more of those patterned abrasions, the zigzag pattern abrasions and abraded contusions that actually go across both of her eye areas, across the entire nose, from the root to the bulb. This is the bulb of the nose for me. And also across her midface, including the cheeks, the philtrum, which is the space between the nose and the upper lip. And she even has it a little bit on her upper lip as well. She also has a 2 by 2 inches abraded contusion on the right temple area of her face. She has a linear abrasion that's 1 1/4 inches just below her left eye. She has a 1/2 inch pale blue contusion of the left cheek that is just anterior to her left ear. She also has a small contusion, it's a 1/4 inch, that's on the helix of her ear, which is the loopy part of your ear. And she has a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear. And then she also has a red contusion just posterior to her left ear, kind of in this area. She has a 3/8 inch contusion of the lower left cheek. She has a small contusion, it's 1/8 of an inch on the right side of her upper lip. When you actually pull up the upper lip and you see this black coat of skin that connects the lip to the gums, that's called the frenulum. Just left of that, she's got another contusion of her gums in that area. That's 1/2 inch. She has a very small superficial laceration on the interior of the left side of her lower lip. That's 1/16 of an inch. And then she also has, I'm just going to be real, instead of being descriptive, she has what look like bite marks. It's really a curvilinear series of lacerations that correspond with her upper teeth. She has bite marks on the surface of her tongue. There is a 1 inch linear abrasion on the submental region of her head that's under the chin. She's got a contusion of the right side of the submental region of her head. And then she has a 1/2 inch focus and then a larger 1.5 inch focus where the skin is kind of a discolored gray brown. And that also had a pattern of abrasions that is different than the zigzag pattern I was seeing on her face. This pattern is square and it looks more like a grate or like a mesh pattern, and that's on the left side of her jaw. She also has more of those zigzag tread-like patterned abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of her neck and the middle of her upper chest. And then she has a 1 3/4 inches linear abraded contusion of the lateral aspect of the right side of her lower neck. And then on the back of her neck, she has a little focus. It's a 3/8 inch abraded contusion, but there's more of those floor petechial hemorrhages that you can even see on the back of her neck.
All right, that's a whole lot.
Yes, sir.
Was there any area on her head, neck, shoulders, face, back of her head, top of her head, back of her back, top of her chest, shoulders that did not have some evidence of injuries?
All of those areas had injury.
And can you render an opinion as to whether those came from one blow or more than one blow?
No, that would be indicative of multiple impact.
And I don't know if you took the time to go through and count how many times that she would have had to be impacted to have the kind of injuries that you saw, but you have some number in mind?
Multiple.
Would you say you saw 10 injuries, more than 10 injuries?
That's an answer, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, so we're going on to the next. Well, let's talk about the photographs first, okay, with regard to these injuries. State's exhibit number 242 and 243. What area of injuries are we looking at in those two photographs?
I'm sorry, you started with State's Exhibit 242 and ended where?
In 243. Just
those two.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 242 is a photograph documenting the injuries on the forehead that I just described. State's Exhibit 243 is also injuries on the forehead that I just described.
And do those particular injuries, you said that they had some type of pattern to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what you're looking at there as best you can for the jury?
Just how I said it, it's a kind of a zigzag pattern. It almost looks like tread of some sort.
And in those photographs, as well as State's Exhibit number 245, do you have, I guess this is true in all your photographs, do you have some type of measuring device in the photograph so that you can give a reference when you're looking at it as to how big or small those tread patterns are?
Yes, so all of these photographs have a sticker that has a 1-inch scale on it, also with a unique identifying number for the decedent, so that when the sticker is right underneath the area that you're documenting, you can have an idea of the size.
And I asked you before, of the photographs that we have available to us, was there one particular photograph that you felt like could best show this tread pattern that you are referring to?
I mean, there's several, if you want a close-up or if you want a more global.
But one that has the measuring device close in proximity so that you're able to see it well.
Yes.
And which number is that?
State's Exhibit 245.
Okay. And so if you just take that one out of the notebook and just set it to the side, if you would. Not the
Just the
picture
page.
itself, the whole page. We'll leave that for now.
Okay.
And I'll come back to it in a little while. Now I want you to talk about well, first of all, what does State's Exhibit number 245, what part of her body does that show, and what do you see as to describe it to the jury?
It's primarily her face, and there is the sticker I was just talking about with the scale. It's just under her lower lip, so you can just see all of the injuries that I previously described that are on her face.
And this tread pattern that you're observing, did it appear to be like one single placement of that tread pattern or more than one?
More than one.
And is there a difference in your opinion to stomping injuries versus pressing injuries?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
So in my opinion, it would be stomping is with the foot, but has force to it, whereas pressing, I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be the foot, but pressing means it's just held against the surface of the body, not with any sort of force.
Well, I'm trying to determine, you say not with any sort of force, does it take some force?
Some degree of force, correct.
In order for these injuries to be visible?
Yes.
Okay. But would you expect other associated injuries if it were stomping versus pressing?
Yes.
And what would those associated injuries be?
I mean, I would think that especially if it was on the face, you have a lot of delicate bones that are in the face, so I would expect there to be some fracturing with a stomping injury.
Are these injuries considered by you to be abrasions or contusions or a mixture?
Mixture.
Okay. And kind of explain, as you're looking at it, where you see abrasions, where you see contusions? On this photograph.
On this photograph. So on State's Exhibit 45, again, it's all of those types of injuries that you see primarily just in the face area, the forehead, the nose, both eye areas, cheeks, and even the lips.
Where's there associated damage? You say contusions goes into the musculature.
Yes.
Is there contusions associated with these injuries in her face itself?
Not from this picture. She had some contusions well, that's not true. She had some on her forehead. She had one on the lower left cheek area, on her right lip, and then also under the chin.
With regard to, so let's go on to State's Exhibit number 246 and 247. 246, 247, could you describe what those are?
These are both photographs of the right side of her head. 246 is kind of further away. 247 is more up close. And you can see the blunt force injuries I described previously that are on the right side of her head.
And on the right side of her face, as well as on the front of her face, did she have this same tread pattern that you can see in the photograph?
Yes.
Now going on to State's Exhibit number 248, and I believe we've already looked at 244, but 248, does that show the other side of her face?
State's Exhibit 248 is the left side of her face.
And then I think it was 244, which is that also the left side?
That's the left side of her head, so you can kind of see it's further away than 248, which is more up close to the left side of her face.
And you described some of the contusions, I think, were on that side of her face.
Yes, sir.
And for a contusion rather than abrasion, is there more or less force that is generally needed to cause a contusion versus an abrasion?
More.
Okay. Now, on that same side of her face, you described, and I'm referring you to State's Exhibit number 249, you described something around or associated with her left ear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you describe what that is?
So she had let me find it in my report.
I believe it's referring to your report.
Yes, okay, here it is. She had contusions measuring up to 1/4 inch on the helix of the ear, which I said is the top of the ear here. And she had a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear, in addition to a contusion on the part of the head that's behind the left ear.
And you talked about a pale blue contusion on her lower left cheek.
Yes.
Where is that specifically, like you pointed out on your own body?
Here.
Okay. And associated with that injury, was there a different type of pattern that you could observe?
So the other area where the skin was kind of discolored and also had this square focus of pattern abrasions is on the left side of her jaw, kind of in this area.
Understood. Now, let's talk about her mouth. You talked about a contusion on her upper lip, I believe.
Yes.
And if you're looking at State's Exhibit number 251, is that displayed in that photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us, for purposes for the jury, what about that you noted that on her upper lip?
That it's all I noted is it's a 1/8 inch contusion of the right side of her upper lip right here.
When people get fat lips, for various reasons. But this one, did it have a markings associated with it other than swelling, or is?
No, sir. Just discoloration. That looks like a bruise.
Discoloration. I guess that's when I say markings, that's what I mean by discoloration is your word. Okay, you talked about some of the things on the inside of the mouth. We have some photographs just for purposes of the record. I'm not going to ask you to look at all of them, but I'm referring you to State's Exhibit 253 and State's Exhibit 253. You noted some injuries that were inside of her mouth, I believe.
Yes.
can you describe those, please?
States Exhibit 252 is a picture of the lower lip pulled down so that you can see the line of her gums or gingiva, and you can see that there are some petechial hemorrhages within the gum line. 253 is a picture of her upper lip pulled up, so that again you can see there's even petechial contusions there, and petechial hemorrhages there, and there is a contusion on the left side at the gum line.
So up inside of her mouth, where the gums basically go up and then come back
Meet
down.
the cheek, essentially.
Cheek to the gums, is
Yes.
that right?
And then States Exhibit 254 is another picture of her lower lip pulled down, and you can see that there is this small laceration, so it's an actual small gash, but it's 1/16 of an inch, so it's small, but it's of the mucosa or the surface of the left side of the inside of her lower lip.
And was that consistent with some type of mechanism causing that injury that you?
It's in proximity.
Overruled. What do you believe caused that or could have caused it?
That laceration is in proximity to one of her mandibular teeth, so it's possible that that's from impact with the tooth.
Okay. Now, you also described a moment ago some biting injuries.
Mhm.
Where were those located?
So those are on the surface of the tongue. So if you stick your tongue out, just right on the top, and it's a curvilinear pattern of these kind of spaced out lacerations that are consistent with teeth marks.
And we don't have a photograph in evidence of this, but it is, can you describe what you did in order to determine the depth and the extent of those injuries?
Yes. So part of the autopsy for everybody, we actually will remove the neck organs, including the tongue. And so when that occurred, I could see the bite marks. And if you actually dissected down into the musculature of the tongue, there was even some hemorrhage right underneath those lacerations. So they're real injuries. The body reacted to them.
So, and we probably would go into this at some point, but is there a way that you can tell if somebody is still alive when they receive an injury versus already deceased?
So with antemortem injuries, so before the person is dead, and you're probably familiar with this, when you get a scrape, your body reacts to it and it becomes red. But in the postmortem period, the body's not reacting to it anymore, and so it takes on a more dried, kind of tan brown appearance because there's no vital reaction to it. So you can tell if an injury is sustained antemortem or if it's postmortem.
Antemortem, what does that mean?
Before death.
And so because there's bleeding associated.
Correct.
Is that the type of injury that you saw on her tongue?
Yes.
That there was bleeding associated?
Yes.
And you talked about the hemorrhage that took place associated with this injury. Would that take some type of force of her biting down on her own tongue for that to occur?
That's possible.
Well, you said teeth marks. It would look like it was somebody else's teeth marks?
No.
Right, so it would have been her own.
Yes.
Clamping down on her own tongue.
Yes.
Now, with regard to going on to, I guess, down the neck a little bit, you looking at page 3. Good point. Every injury we've talked about so far, those are those of those classifications, antemortem versus postmortem. Can you tell us what those injuries are?
Antemortem.
So prior to death.
Yes.
All of those blows.
Yes.
On her head, her face, her shoulders, her neck, back of her head, top of her head, all occurred antemortem. Is that right?
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, or for the jury, does that mean while she was still alive?
Yes.
Looking at page 3, You're still going on the head and neck area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at one point on that, you say there is a 1-inch abrasion on the middle of the submental region of the head, and then you, in parentheses, under the chin. There's a red abraded contusion on the right side of the submental region of the head. Can you just explain what submental is?
So this area directly under the chin. So not quite neck, but it's just this particular area.
And can you look at State's Exhibit number 256?
Yes.
And is that to display the injury we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe for the jury what you're looking at, please?
So this picture is of directly under the chin, the submental region of the head. The little marker with the case number and the scale is right underneath it. And what you can see is that 1-inch linear abrasion that's on the middle, and then you've got an abraded contusion right next to it on the right side.
And then we already talked about 250. You said there was a pattern abrasion on her left lower jaw line. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Different than the zigzag pattern.
Yes, sir.
Going on, you stated there is a diffuse band-like distribution of zigzag tread-like pattern of abraded contusions extending across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, or in layman's terms, explain what that means?
So the same kind of zigzag tread-like patterns that I described on the face, you can also see across the anterior aspect of the neck and even just into the upper aspect of the middle of her chest.
And are those something that is difficult to see, or is it something that is plainly apparent to you?
It's pretty obvious to me, yes.
Okay. And those injuries, if you're looking at 257, 258, there is no 259, and then 260. If you look at those and tell me whether or not those fairly and accurately represent that injury that you just described.
Did you say 260 as well, or just 250?
Yes, 257, 258, and 260.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On 260, do you see a little bit more defined area on part of that photograph that is not necessarily part of the zigzag pattern, but is something that you noted?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So this picture, you can see the zigzag pattern across her anterior aspect of her neck and middle of the upper chest. And then there's also what looks like a contusion kind of right here at the, kind of at the base of the right side of her neck, almost the anterior aspect of her right shoulder.
Is it, and when you say contusion, is that something that you then, during your internal examination, determined that that was below surface level?
Yes.
Okay. And were there other contusions across her neck and neck and chest area, clavicle, that were different from the zigzag patterns?
Just that they weren't patterned, but you had abraded contusions, abrasions, contusions, all in that area, yes.
And abraded contusion, what does that mean?
It's kind of a mixture of both an abrasion and contusion.
I got you. Now I understand. I'm thinking of like hair braids. So it's abraded.
Abraded.
It's an abrasion.
Yeah,
slash.
abrasion. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I understand. So let's talk about, we're still on the head and neck. Let's talk about the back of her body.
Okay.
Tell us what you observed on the back during your external examination. What did you observe on the back of her head, neck, shoulder areas?
Well, I already mentioned that the back of her neck, you could see a 3/8-inch abraded contusion, and also you had more of those petechial hemorrhages. But then on the back, you have a mixture of contusions and abraded contusions, and then you also have these area of confluent abrasions that actually have a different appearance than everything else. They have a more post-mortem appearance.
Okay, so there, on the back itself, there was some antemortem
And post-mortem.
and postmortem. Okay. And for those injuries to occur, would there have had to have been some type of force? I'm talking about the postmortem one.
Mm-hmm.
Some type of force or contact with the skin post-mortem that would have caused those.
So because it's an abrasion, because it's on the skin only, it's like a friction injury by definition.
So if you're dragging something, a body that is already deceased, is it possible that?
Action leading.
Don't lead your witness.
What are your opinions about the whether or not dragging a body that is already deceased might be able to cause those type of injuries?
That's one possibility.
You talked about a palpable hematoma within the soft tissues of the face.
Yes.
But no fractures. Kind of talk to us about that.
So you could feel in some of those areas with contusion that there was some fullness in the skin underneath it. So again, just suggesting that either there's edema or swelling or blood in underneath some of those injuries. But I did not appreciate palpably or even on x-ray any fractures of her facial bones or her skull for that matter.
Given the amount of external injuries, was that surprising to you?
I don't make assumptions.
Understood. And yeah, I don't want you to make assumptions either. With regard to, is it common though that sometimes you might see fractures associated with these type of injuries?
I've seen it both ways.
Okay. You did note that this was no evidence of stomping injuries. Is that right?
I would never call it a stomping injury, but I don't see any fractures both palpably or on the x-ray of her facial bones or skull.
But they would be consistent with this pressing we talked about?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, let's talk about the trunk. Going on. Where do you, when you talk about the trunk in your autopsy, what are you referring to?
So I'm referring to the region of the body that includes the chest, the abdomen, and the back. So kind of the central part of the body.
Okay. And can you just briefly kind of tell us what evidence of injury you saw on her trunk area?
So some we've actually already covered. She had the same patterned braided contusions that looked kind of zigzag or tread-like across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. She had an abraded contusion that was 1.5 inches of the just kind of overlying the right clavicle bone in this area. She had a 3 by 1 inches focus of band-like, so similar to a band, abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of the left shoulder. She had a cluster of petechial type hemorrhages or abraded contusions on the left side of the chest, just medial of the left nipple, so kind of in this area. She had a 3 8-inch contusion and a 3/4 inch linear abrasion on the lateral aspect of the left side of the chest. She had a 3 8-inch pale blue contusion of the anterior aspect of her right hip. She had multiple red contusions measuring up to 3/4 inch on the middle of her upper back. And then she had these areas of kind of that tan brown confluent abrasions across the back. They were slightly more so on the right than the left side of the back. And she also had them on the posterior aspect of her right upper arm and her right elbow. And then she had more contusions on the left side of her upper back, abrasions measuring up to 1/4 inch on the left side of her upper back, a 1 inch abrasion on the right side of her upper back, and then a cluster of petechial type hemorrhages on the left side of her back, and then more abrasions on the middle and lower back. And then she also had a cluster of contusions that were measured up to 1/4 inch, so pretty small, but they're on the right buttock.
I'm not going to take the time to go in great depth about what injuries she had on her extremities, but did she have injuries on her extremities?
Yes, sir.
That were associated with, or would have been consistent with occurring during the same time as these other injuries?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And is there any area of her body, other than potentially her right arm, that did not have evidence of injuries?
No.
Those photographs that we're referring to as far as the trunk goes, if you look at 260, I think we've already talked about that, but look at 264, 265, did those show some of those injuries?
You said 260 to 265?
Just 260, 264, 265 are the two that I'm wanting to look at right now.
Yes, sir.
And I want to specifically ask you what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 265.
So in 265, it's a picture of her entire back, again, with the small tag that has the unique identifying number for her and the scale. And you can see kind of the multiple abrasions and contusions that I described on the back, including those areas of confluent abrasions that kind of have a different tan brown color to them that I think are postmortem.
So some were ante-mortem and some were post-mortem?
Yes, sir.
And is it hard to fall down or whatever, if you bump up against something, is there going to generally be one particular place where it comes and impacts your body? Something, unless it has multiple impact points on it.
Actually, in your eye.
Sustained.
You understand what I'm asking you?
Let me rule on the objection. Your objection is sustained on legal witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to the number of injury or number of points of force used just on the back, do you see, can you give an estimate of just looking at it, how many there might have been?
I would just say multiple impact sites.
And these type of injuries that were on her back, are they the type of injuries that have what you would consider contusions that go into the musculature?
There's both abrasions and contusions, yes.
Are there multiple contusions as well?
Yes, sir.
Right. Do you want to approach real quick? So looking at the rest of your autopsy, right now we're on page 3, looking, continues on to page 4, and you talk about evidence of asphyxia.
Yes.
Okay. Because ultimately, what was your conclusion as to the cause of death in this case?
So the complete statement I made for cause of death, she died as the result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And are smothering and strangulation a form of asphyxiation?
Both are, yes.
Okay. And so evidence of asphyxia goes to that conclusion, is that right?
Correct.
And so if you would kind of explain for us we've already talked, I think, about the generalized congestion, but other things that went into your opinion that for the evidence of asphyxiation.
Yes. So again, she has generalized congestion of the head and face. She's got petechial hemorrhages in her scalp, in her facial skin, in both of her eyes, in the gingiva, and even on the posterior aspect of her neck. And she also has petechial hemorrhages on the skin behind both ears. And then she also has florid petechial hemorrhages within the skin of the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. And then also, not to forget, she has those patterned abrasions, abraded contusions that go over the middle of her face, including her nose and mouth.
And so what would you call it if you have something where a person's airway is blocked? What kind of, is that smothering or strangulation?
Okay, so smothering is with the upper airway, the nose and the mouth being covered. Choking is the airway is occluded by like an object, or just something within the back part of the oral cavity. Strangulation, however, means that there's pressure on the neck, and you have the airway and the vasculature in the neck.
And so let's go a little further than just evidence of asphyxiation. You said with smothering and with strangulation. So let's talk about those two.
Yes, sir.
What are the evidence of smothering, and what is the evidence of strangulation?
So your evidence of smothering is essentially you have these injuries that go across the nose and the mouth. So that would be supportive of that, in addition to all the features of asphyxia. And then furthermore, for strangulation, that's part of the looking at things internally. I don't know if you want me to go into that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're not going to show any photographs to the jury of any internal examination, all right? But I do want you to talk about that with regard to how you can tell that there was smothering and or strangulation.
So the smothering I just covered, but for strangulation, there's a specialized dissection that we can perform where we actually look at the musculature of the anterior aspect of the neck, and we look at it layer by layer. And you're looking for evidence of hemorrhage in the musculature. And then in addition to that, you're looking at the cartilaginous structures of the airway. So if you feel here, the windpipe, that's what we're looking at. And sometimes you can see fractures of that in strangulation. But essentially, I did that specialized dissection in this case.
Yes. Okay. And and is that part of the evidence that you took into account as far as making your findings?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you, so we had the evidence submitted, we've already talked about, and then you talked a little bit more about your internal examination just a moment ago. But let's talk about that just a little bit further, and what other areas did you examine internally that gave you evidence of possible injuries?
That what I just described, the anterior neck dissection that I performed for her.
Understood. But there was also internal examination of, say, the scalp, the skull.
Oh, yes.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And did that show some type of evidence of injury there?
So the scalp, I already mentioned previously that there were no fractures of the skull, but one of the things that we do during the autopsy is we reflect the scalp so that we can look underneath the scalp. And she had multiple points of bleeding underneath the scalp.
And what is it that causes that type of bleeding?
Impact.
Okay. And you said there were multiple points of bleeding under the scalp, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so is it your opinion, what is your opinion based upon that, as far as the number of impacts?
Oh, still multiple.
Okay, let's stop for lunch. Okay, we will start back up at 1:05 or close to it. See you in an hour.
Did anyone catch what time they're coming back? Did anyone catch what time is it an hour normally, isn't it? So probably about 1:15. Is it 1:15? Or am I wrong? Anybody? Anybody for anything? Or just pure silence? Ba 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 ba. Put the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Okay, hang on. I'm just getting some stuff here. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you, Sarah P. If you can, just quickly, just because I just want to see it. Right, let me just do this. That's where it went. Right, I'm going to put this on and we'll go back and see what this is because, hang on, let me just, 2 seconds. After one, he said. Thank you, Sarah. Oh, lovely. Sorry, it's you, lovely. I got confused. Thank you, Crystal. Right, let's watch this then. This is 9. Oh, and you can see 9. 9 bizarre American foods Brits don't understand. So let's have a look at this.
There's a moment that happens in every British person's first American diner experience. You've ordered what you think is a simple breakfast, and suddenly the waitress asks if you want.
So I went to a diner in New Jersey, and actually, can I find it? It was very weird. It was a very weird experience. What's it called? Hang on, let me try and find it. UFO tourist attraction in New Jersey. Right, let's have a look here to see. No, it doesn't come up straight away. Right, so I know that Orange County Choppers was filmed there, and well, near there. So let's put this in. Location. And that was probably about 8 miles. No, New Jersey, I want. Oh, actually, I know, Newburgh. Okay, Newburgh. Hang on. Fuck's sakes, get away. Google Maps I need now. Google Maps. I don't want to cycling, I just want to accept all. Okay, so Google Maps, I want to put in Stewart Airport. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Stewart Airport. Right, before I play this, let's just try and do this together, shall we? Beck's trying to piss me off. Right, let's do this. Welcome back, Bex. No. So I did. So this is Stewart Airport. Oh, that's where the Harley Davidson, right? That's not where it was. Right. I stayed here, I believe. Hilton. It must be because I went down this way. So this is a road that came down. Yeah. So I stayed here at the Homewood Suites, which was interesting. It was actually quite nice. Then I remember getting an Uber and I went down this way somewhere. But I could tell you what, right? Walking down this way in the night was not the most pleasant thing in the world. There was a lot of boxed up areas here at 11 o'clock at night. So, right, so that's where that is. Now, it's probably about 5 miles away from here. If I can just, from there, I stayed in this place. I don't remember going over West Point, no. It was a diner. Let's take it out a little bit, see if it comes up this way. Wasn't in Newburgh. That's Newburgh. Was it? No, I don't think it was in Newburgh. Hang on, let me have a look at this. I'm just wasting time. I'm trying to look for something, and I'm trying to see who the loyal ones are in chat to me that hang around for all this shit. Okay, hang on. Or maybe if I open my emails, maybe it'll be in there. Hang on, because it'll be my emails, my wedding invite. Bye, bye, Miss America, bye. And then we'll get back to the video then. Show the Chevy to the levee, but the levee. Oh, maybe, actually, it may do. Yes, you're right, Sarah P. Restaurant. But the trouble is, I don't remember where it is, and I don't remember the name of it. If I did see it, it might... Hang on. Why won't my emails open? Oh, here we go. Right, it's opening. Right, hang on. Bear with me, people. Oh, shit. Where did it go? And if you don't like this, good. The doors are that way. Right, stag. It's not the stag I want. Wedding. Here we go. Here we go. Oh shit! It won't open. Right. Right. Hang on then. Why is it just closed down like that for? Because, right. Right. No. No. Okay, so I think I got the wedding venue. Right. I think I got the wedding venue, but I didn't stay at the wedding venue. So I did take photos. I just saw one now. Wedding. New Jersey. So the wedding was at Audrey's wedding. Audrey something. Audrey's farmhouse. That's where the wedding was. Yes, that's where the wedding was. But I didn't stay there. But that's the vicinity we're in. Right. Pine Bush. That's where I stayed. Pine Bush. That's where it was. Pine Bush. And this is where I stayed. Harvest Inn Hotel. This is where I stayed. I stayed in this hotel. Right. The Cup and Saucer Diner. You see? And I remember there is a somewhere here. There's a supermarket. Oh, here we go. Hannaford. It wasn't called. I'm not sure what it was, right? But I remember just around here somewhere, there's a hole in the road that it collapsed. So here we go. I remember this. I arrived at this hotel. True story. I arrived at the hotel and there was no electricity, no nothing, no lights, nothing. I had to wait there for about 2-3 hours, and then eventually, bang, the lights. They said the lights have been down for like 2-3 days, and they're very religious here. So this place is the first diner I've ever been to. So let's have a look here then to see. Can I? Oh, here we go. Places. Can I go into it? Right. Let me get out. Oh, it doesn't show me. Right. If I go on YouTube, then can I show? Oh, here we go. They've got a website. Hang on then. Right. Let's get this one up first, and then I'll show you. I know I should, Jonathan. I do plan on doing that though. So here you go. I don't know what that is. That's the sort of stuff Bex and Sarah P likes. So this is what it was. It was like that, like a trailer. Let's look at the menu then. I remember I did sit at the bar. They put me at the bar, they did. I did. The reason I asked, because I had a breakfast there, which is okay, but it's different. I don't remember what else I had. It was just, the menu was so huge. There's no home, about. So right, let's look at the about bit then. Right. What the fuck is that? That's in foreign language. I don't know what that means. You missed the video earlier, Bex. This guy season the chicken parm. Beautiful season on it. Just the way it should be. Anyway, I just want to show you. That is my first ever. Let's have a look. Hang on. Have I got something here? Hang on. Let me just check something here, people, to see if I got it. Yeah, baby, you got it. Right. Let's see if I can get this here. I don't think I had much. Let's see if I can get down. I know I was tagged in a couple of photos. Let's take a look to see if I can still get the tagged photos. Maybe I can't. And yes, I know this is boring for you all, but fuck off. I don't care. I don't care. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want. What if I go to my pictures then? Right. Oh, fuck, I got a lot of pictures. You cry too if it happened to you. Fuck, I got a lot of pictures. I need to delete some of these pictures. Fucking hell, there's too many pictures. Right, no, I'm getting to it though. I'm getting to it though. No, I don't think I did have a couple of pictures, but I can't seem to find them now. Because I had a milkshake and it was lovely milkshake. Let me go back a little bit further. No, unfortunately, I don't have the pictures with me for whatever reason. I don't know why it's like that. That's a shame, unless they're in my. Let's have a look here now. No, I don't think I had even here. Oh well, we'll forget about it. Anyway, you got to see where my first diner was. about cup and saucer. Let's Google cup and saucer. Is there any pictures actually? Cup and saucer. New Jersey. Pictures. Let me just close these down because I don't want people to see my thingy. Right, is there any decent pictures here that I can show? Not really. There's literally nothing to show here. Okay, there's some food here, but I didn't. Did you eat in or out? I ate in, Baldaza. Ate in. I ate in a few times. So I was the first from our group to arrive. So I tested it all out. Yes, you get to spend more time with me. So here you go. I did not have a burger, but these are some of the stuff. I did not have that or that. Now that looks nice, but I don't understand. I thought the tomato sauce is supposed to be on the chicken. This is them outside. I did not have any of these foods, but you know, I'm just trolling through them. So you can sort of see that is the place. Right, let's see if I can see. So the reason I remember is because they said, oh, here we go. I think I had something like that. It was very nice. Remember a strawberry milkshake? But that's about it, really. And also the owners, maybe one of these are the owner. This one might be the owner. She'd toured the UK. She'd driven through the UK. So she's toured through Wales. So she knew a lot of places in Wales, which is nice. Which was very, very nice. That's another picture of it. You can see it's classic diner style. Do you know what I mean? And I had nice food there. I went there quite a few times. So let me just show you at the start here. Here you go. So they said, so apparently there's a convention every year there because it's the second largest place in America where UFOs are spotted or something. So I was like, you know, okay, but there you go, they celebrate that. Anyway, let's get back to the actual video now because we have lost everybody. We're down to 6 people here, so not that I care anyway, because I am happy. Right, let's have a look.
Want your eggs over easy, over medium, or sunny side up?
I don't know what any of that things means. I don't know. I just give me eggs.
While offering you a choice between hash browns, home fries, or
yeah, hash browns are different in America than what they are in the UK for sure.
grits. They also want
I've never tried grits. I don't even know what they are.
to know if you want bacon or sausage links with your short stack or full
What the fuck's a short stack? What's a full stack? No idea.
stack. By the time she mentions something called chicken and waffles, most Brits are quietly wondering if they've accidentally wandered into some food fever dream. But it's not a fever dream, it's American cuisine, and in this video we're talking about 9 American food dishes that completely baffle Brits. Number 1, biscuits in gravy.
We had to start there, didn't we? Biscuits and cum. We had to start there. This is Sarah P's favourite dish. We had to start here. Biscuits and gravy. Biscuits, that is not a fucking biscuit to start off with. This is not a biscuit. And what the fuck is this thing right here? But that and that are not biscuits. Those are scones. Unsavoury scones. And what the frig is this? That looks like porridge, if I'm being honest with you. Porridge.
Let's start with the most fundamentally confusing dish for any Brit.
Scone and dog vomit, yes. If this was not as thick, Sarah PB guzzling it right now.
Biscuits and gravy. When Americans say biscuit, Brits picture something you dunk in your tea.
Thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Whale, what? Welcome. Welcome. I'm sorry, honey.
They're not serving
so
whale
sorry,
semen.
baby.
I've got it. Thank
Americans say
biscuits.
Biscuit. Brits picture something you dunk in your tea. A hobnob, a digestive. What they don't picture is a fluffy, buttery scone-like creation drowning
Scone, like you called it yourself. It's a scone. It's not a biscuit.
in white sauce. The history behind this American Southern staple actually makes perfect sense. Dating back to the Revolutionary War, this was working class food at its most practical. Cheap flour could be turned into filling biscuits, while sausage drippings could be stretched into a protein-laced gravy that
We don't dunk biscuits. What the fuck are you on about? We dunk biscuits all day, every day. I'm going to have to show you biscuits because you have no clue.
would fuel laborers long throughout the day. Food historians actually trace the roots of this dish to Scottish and Irish immigrants who brought similar techniques to Appalachia. But try explaining that to a Brit who's staring at what looks like a savory scone drowning in bechamel sauce at 8 in the morning. British food writer Jay Rayner described his first encounter with biscuits and gravy as like someone had taken everything I thought I knew about breakfast and fed it through an American translation machine. Because the confusion isn't just cultural, it's linguistic. In Britain, gravy is brown and
Right. Also, I'll say this. I came around to the idea of cum gravy, right? When he said it was all over chicken, like breaded chicken. I got that bit, right? Now you're telling me you just got gravy, thick gravy, in between two scones. What the fuck? That doesn't make no sense. Where's the chicken? Why is it so thick? I like Biscoff. Yeah, I mean, you women love it salty as well, I bet. Yeah, I bet Bex wants it over seasoned, so give me all the salt.
made from meat juices and served with Sunday
Meat juices. I told you, it's cum gravy.
roast, not with breakfast. This white peppery concoction that Americans serve at breakfast simply didn't seem like gravy. Next up, the combination of crispy fried chicken with sweet, syrupy waffles.
Right, I've never had this. I fucking would, though. I fucking would. Now, why is that chicken not with the gravy? I would fucking demolish this. This I could eat.
Represents everything that makes British people nervous about American food. The portion sizes, the sugar content, and sometimes the complete disregard for a boundary between sweet and savory. This dish tells a fascinating story of America's cultural fusion. It first appeared in the late
Fucking hell. But when something's good, you just like, I don't do chicken and waffles. It's got no fucking cum on it. I won't eat it. Spicy sausage and milk gravy for biscuits. Heavy breathing. I'm like, whoa, give me that. Get in me belly.
late 1600s in Pennsylvania Dutch country, where German immigrants brought their tradition of serving fowl, as in birds, with waffles. But the version that you'll have today took off in the jazz age, particularly in Harlem's late-night eateries, where musicians finishing their sets around 3 a.m. needed something that was both
Sarah P's like, give me straight that meat. Put it straight in my mouth. Don't cover with anything. Put that plastic thing down. Don't put that on it. Let me put it straight in my mouth. Doesn't want anything else to taste it. I got you, Sarah P. I get you.
dinner and breakfast. Roscoe's House of Chicken and Waffles, which opened in Los Angeles in 1975, turned this historical oddity into a cultural phenomenon. But for Brits, who are used to waffles being a sweet treat if they eat them at all, are a little bit confused by the sight.
I've never tried this waffle or chicken like this before with that. I would, though. I definitely would. Our waffles are the only waffles I know of are potato waffles. Oh, I have seen some waffles, I suppose, but I don't think I've ever had one.
Of someone cutting into fried chicken and then drowning both the meat and the waffle in maple syrup. British comedian James Corden famously described it like watching someone put gravy on ice cream. Technically possible, but morally questionable. Next on my list is grits. It's not that the...
Right, this I don't know. I have to listen to this. We don't have waffles like you have waffles, no. I mean, you can... There's pre-made waffles that you put in to the toaster and it pops up. But yeah, no, I've never had fresh waffles before. I'm sure some people will be able to make it, but I've never had it. Only the pre-packed stuff, and they weren't very nice.
Concept is completely foreign. After all, Brits do have porridge. But grits occupy this strange middle ground between a breakfast cereal and a side dish that doesn't really exist in breakfast culture in Britain. Grits is made from ground corn kernels, and they can be served as sweet or savory, as a breakfast base, or alongside dinner. You can have them plain or loaded with cheese, butter, and shrimp. The history of grits is deeply rooted in Native American cuisine. They taught European settlers how to grind corn into this coarse meal, and it became a staple across the American South. Thomas Jefferson was apparently very fond of grits, serving them at state dinners in the White House. But none of this historical context helps when you are a Brit on holiday in America, wondering what is going on. The texture is a little bit of a stumbling block. Grits have a very specific texture. Some people describe it like eating wet cement, and some people really love it. So I would...
It looks like a combination of semolina, no, what badazzos is semolina and rice pudding. That's what it reminds me of. Rice pudding and semolina. Sarah P's like, yeah, I don't do grits. That's the only thing she doesn't do then.
Advise on trying it for yourself. Next on my list is something that I love as an American, and that's PB&J, peanut butter and jelly.
Never had it, need to have it. I love this concept, never had it though.
Sandwiches. A PB&J to an American is the most natural thing in the whole world. To British people, it is violating a lot of...
Oh, actually, maybe I'm lying. Maybe I had some in Boston. Maybe I did have some in Boston, but I don't remember it if I did. And I don't think I did. But I would definitely eat that. I need... Sarah P loves a good BJ. See? She loves a good BJ. So that's where the whole white gravy comes from. Right. I don't think I have tried. I do need to try it though. Do you put butter on it as well or not? Because I would put butter on both sides, jam on one, and then peanut butter on the other, and slam it together. That's how I would make it.
Principles of sandwich construction, and is just not a thing. This sandwich is a combination of sticky peanut butter with sweet jam on typically soft white bread, though it doesn't have to be white bread. And the development of the PB&J in America is actually quite recent because peanut butter was invented in the 1890s. The PB&J itself didn't become popular until...
Oh, that looks toasted. That looks toasted. So do you toast it then? Because to me, I would just put it on bread. I wouldn't put it on toast. That looks like it's been toasted. I don't think I would do that.
The 1940s, when rationing during World War II...
No, that just looks toasted. I wouldn't. I'll be using fresh bread.
...made both peanut butter and jelly, which is America's word for jam. It made them readily available and affordable. By the 1960s, it had become the default children's lunch across America. But British children grew up with entirely different sandwiches. Proper British sandwiches would be like ham and cheese, maybe egg and cress, or even just a cheese sandwich. The idea of sending
egg on its own, I wouldn't put crest on it.
a child to school with a sandwich that seems to be filled with very sweet things is not a British thing. It's a very unique American approach to comfort food, and I know that if you haven't grown up with it, you might not have the taste for it, but this is one of those things where I will tell you, I think peanut butter and jelly is delicious. Next on my list, mac and cheese. Now, we do have some caveats here, but let's get started.
What's wrong with mac and cheese? I like mac and cheese.
Because British people do have macaroni cheese, typically called macaroni cheese in the UK and not macaroni and cheese like we call it in the US, but it is a fairly standard dish. Pasta, cheese sauce. Okay, done. What Brits typically don't understand is what Americans have done to macaroni and cheese. We've supersized it.
You probably fucked it over. That's what you've probably done.
We've neonized it, and we have transformed it into something else entirely. The American version of mac and cheese often features unnaturally orange cheese that glows under fluorescent lights, just like we like it, thanks to processed cheeses like Velveeta or the powdered cheese that comes in.
Velveeta. You fucking ruined it. Velveeta. There you go. Processed cheese. Yeah, we seasoned it with Velveeta and processed cheese. Well done, Bags. Well done, you girl.
Box versions like Kraft. The portions of American mac and cheese are enormous, and it's often served as a main course rather than a side dish. Then we have all kinds of fillings. Mac and cheese with hot dogs, mac and cheese with lobster, mac and cheese with truffle oil, mac and cheese served in a bread bowl. Thomas Jefferson is often weirdly credited with bringing macaroni and cheese to America after encountering pasta in Italy. Sorry, Italy. But the processed fluorescent version is a purely 20th century American invention. The development of processed cheese during the Industrial Revolution, combined with American preferences for convenience, transformed this simple comfort food into what we have today. And I would also just like to say, as somebody who has lived in the UK as an American for a long time, Scotland has the best macaroni cheese, no doubt about it. Next up, corn dogs.
Corn dogs. So I used to eat, I agree with it, by the way. I used to eat fries with mac and cheese on it. So you'd have a layer of, you go into the store and ask them, can I have fries and mac and cheese on top? And it was, they put the cheese on, like proper cheddar cheese, thick layer of it on top. Oh, it was delicious. Now, all this like friggin' hot dog shit, what the, like bacon bits, yes, I get bacon bits in there, but what we do with sausage, like a sausage has a place in many places, but not a mac and cheese. Not a mac and cheese.
Perhaps one of the most iconic American food items that people don't understand is called a corn dog.
Again, I have no friggin' idea what a corn dog is. I've heard of corn dogs, no idea what it is. Beck's got a thick ass. I've no idea what it is. I think people have tried to explain it to me before, but this looks horrible.
There's not corn in it. It's a hot dog, which we call a Frankfurter or an American hot dog, covered in cornmeal batter and deep fried, obviously, on a stick. Okay. Also, obviously. It sounds like something you might invent as a joke, but it is not a joke. Americans created it, turned it into a state fair institution, and actually argue over who invented it, because it was invented around the 1940s, but multiple American cities are trying to claim it. The most widely accepted story involves the Fletcher brothers at the Texas State Fair in 1942, who called their creation corny dogs. The idea was very simple. Take a hot dog, make it portable, again, convenience, and add a sweet corn batter that would make it even more indulgent. This is something that is not eaten in Britain. You are not going to find a corn dog in Britain specific. I mean, listen, I'm sure somewhere there's some American food stand serving corn dogs, but not typically. To them, this is kind of disturbing. It's kind of disturbing to most Americans as well, but it's part of our culture, so we embrace it. And the next,
but I will say though, in our Okay, let me show you this then. We do have these though. Let me find an image for you. These used to be one of my favorites. I loved this. Hang on, let me save the image. They're saved. And let me just open it up. This will do. Right, so bear with me for a second whilst I get this for you. But Scotland fry their pizzas. That's the one thing I never tried, and I wish I had tried now. Their fried pizzas. Right, here you go. So this is battered sausage. That's our version of battered sausage. So that's a sausage, not a hot dog, proper sausage. Do we not fucking, a small one? This is a big one. And then, yeah, that we put a layer of butter on. It's delicious. So I suppose it's a little bit similar to, it's like a fish batter to corn dough. How do you fry pizza? I know they fry Mars bars, chocolates, you name it, pineapples. They fry, yeah, pickles. They fry pizzas, like whole pizzas. They fried it. Ice cream, yeah, they fry ice cream. They fry everything. So I've never tried any of those stuff, but I wish I'd done a pizza crunch, which is a fried pizza. I might have to do that once because lots of people rave about it. Snickers, yes, they will do Snickers. Normally it's Mars bars they do, but they will do Snickers as well. Your Knickers as well. Not all of yous. Some of yours. Right, here we go.
Next on my list is ranch dressing. Now, ranch dressing.
Yeah, I don't know,
is a very, very popular dip or dressing in America. We put it on everything. Salad, which is what I think it's supposed to be for, but pizza, chicken wings, French fries, everything. It's a creamy concoction that's become very popular in American dining.
I imagine Sarah P. and Bex would love this because it's white and it resembles other stuff they like as well.
And many restaurants will simply assume you want it with whatever you've ordered. It's become like a ketchup. Now, ranch dressing was invented in 1972 by Steve Henson, who owned a ranch in California and served his homemade buttermilk dressing to guests. Hidden Valley ranch dressing, the most popular type of ranch dressing, became a commercial product, and it had become America's most popular salad dressing. But I think to British palates raised on different condiments like salad cream or even something more simple like a vinaigrette, ranch dressing can be overwhelming. It's very thick, it's tangy, it's heavily flavored with herbs and garlic, and Americans use it in vast quantities. You can find ranch dressing nowadays in some stores in the UK. It's just not very popular. Next on my list is just deep fried everything. British people aren't used to how Americans deep fry basically everything, though Britain did give the world fish and chips, but Americans just went one step too far. American state fairs, for example, have become basically labs for deep frying experiments. And you're not just talking about like deep fried food that should be deep fried. We're talking deep fried butter, deep fried candy bars, deep fried ice cream. Somehow it works. Deep fried Twinkies, deep fried Oreos, the list goes on. The Iowa State Fair alone introduces dozens of new deep fried items every single year. And again, when it comes to deep frying in the UK, deep frying tends to be practical. Fish and chips for the occasional takeaway, the occasional deep fried Mars bar if you're in Scotland and you're feeling adventurous. But American deep frying just goes so hard. It's not even about food. It is literally a challenge to see what's possible. The last on my list are s'mores, a dessert that I love and does confuse.
Never tried it. don't even know what it is. It's marshmallow, is it?
British people who haven't had them. So first you take a graham cracker, which is where it already starts falling apart because graham crackers don't exist in Britain. Graham crackers are like sweet biscuits for my British audience watching. They're not crackers. Confusing, I know. Take a graham cracker, add a piece of chocolate. It's going to be Hershey's if we're in America, but you can use your own. Top it with a marshmallow that's been roasted over a fire until it's burnt and gooey. Then you smush the whole thing together and you eat it while it's still hot and messy and you burn your mouth. The s'mores dates back to the 1920s when it appeared in Girl Scout handbooks as a campfire treat. The name comes from the fact that people always wanted some more after finishing one, and it became deeply embedded in American childhood culture. I've had countless.
I don't know anything she's speaking about on that one. Right, let's have a look at here's this then. Okay, hang on. Right, I got one here. Let me go on this one then.
This weekend, me and Gary flew to Edinburgh for one reason, to try some of the weirdest, and I mean weirdest, deep-fried food Scotland has to offer. Stuff we weren't honestly prepared for. And thankfully, I didn't shit my pants at the end of it. Jumped on a flight to Edinburgh with absolutely no plan. Just a list of the strangest foods Ewan's kept recommending. I touched down, saw the big Edinburgh sign, and instantly felt like tourists. This city's actually unreal. See, for anybody who hasn't been to Edinburgh before, I advise you to go. It is an outstanding city, and this is my 8th time being here, and I have to say I will be back again. First on the list we have
welcome to Glasgow. Well lads, we have a battered banana out of the castle.
Battered banana. This is Glasgow, is it, you said?
Rock chip shop. Apparently your man says it's really good. Looks good. I didn't realise it would have came with a sauce, like a chocolate sauce. Anyway, that's what we're working with. That is quite literally just batter around banana, as you would expect. Let's try it. I can't say I enjoy that. The fact that the banana's hot is enough to turn you off, but the batter around is fucking terrible. In all honesty, lads. I know Edinburgh, or Scotland as a whole, is renowned for batter and everything. It doesn't have to be battered. I should make this series, should they batter it or not? No, they shouldn't. Do you know what I mean? But anyway. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. But here, Guy, have a go first, lad. 1 or 5 a day.
The warm place is weird, isn't it?
Aye. It's not right. Anyway, let's go on to the next location.
And that we did, and it consisted of pints.
Here, cheers, Steve. But just being here, lad.
Aye. What many years was it?
25.
No.
What?
25 what?
25 years. You know each other?
No, that's quite gay. How many years was the last time we were there?
I was 18 anyway. I'm 32 now.
15 years. 15 years, what?
Cheers, lads. It's a big band. It's a big band.
It's not as big as the band I know.
Hi, Ben Deary. Location number 2, Birdie's. Deep fried haggis. Is that how haggis looks? Is it? No.
No, we don't see it anyway.
It looks like a battered ding dong.
I don't see it.
Sorry. Is that cranberry sauce? I am so confused, lad. What the fuck is? Come on over this bench here, a wee second, lad. I thought haggis was like a big ball of stuff. It's my first time ever seen it. I'm going to try a chip first because I feel confident doing so. They love the grease here. I know that. Everything is so greasy. Let me crack open this deep fried haggis. It's just black pudding.
No.
It looks like black pudding. First time trying haggis. Cheers, lads.
Well, not bad.
Lad, that's actually pretty good. It is like black pudding. Even the taste, I actually like that.
I tried that.
Lad, I have to say, I really like that. Is that cranberry?
Cranberry chips. Oh, no, that's beet. That's fucking beetroot.
Even worse. Do you want to know something? Fried.
Deep fried is you go into like a chip shop and you get like a piece of haggis, piece of fish, and you just dunk it in loads of oil. Basically, you batter it with wherever you batter it in, and you just put it in, deep fry it in a big tub of oil, essentially.
Haggis.
And you put everything in it.
I like it.
And that just smells like black pudding as well, doesn't it?
Oh, haggis. It's like black pudding. It's nice. It's a delicacy in Scotland.
It's not bad. Tastes of black pudding. Doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
There you go.
Quite nice, in fairness.
Completely rate it. 8 out of 10.
Sarah, I can promise you, right, you have put much worse than haggis in your mouth. You have put much worse than haggis in that mouth of yours. I know that for a fact that you have. So you would, I've tried haggis a couple of times. I enjoyed it. It was nice. So you would guzzle it, Sarah P.
Easy.
I would agree. Aye, for haggis, like.
That is something I did not expect I would ever say. Battered haggis.
If you didn't Google it and know what it was, you taste that, you'd be like, oh shit, that's nice. I mean, as I say, you've put worse in your mouth.
Was actually deadly. I would highly recommend it and rate it. Anybody try it if they're in Scotland. Worth a shout. If you like black pudding, you'll love this. And of course, I've saved the best for last and the most recommended.
Cafe Picante. I pronounced that right, didn't I?
I did that.
Yeah, I was about to say piccolo. Cafe Picante, boys. Let's see your pizza crunch.
So
Garbage, what are you doing?
This is a pizza crunch. This is the pizza deep fried.
So, Cafe Picante. First thing I want to say, double vodkas and iron brew.
Iron brew.
Have you ever seen a place like in your...
So, in the UK, Wales, England, Ireland, Republic of Ireland, the most popular drink is Coca-Cola, the most sold. In Scotland, the most popular drinks most sold is iron brew. They have it with everything.
Like, the pile of optics and beer and everything there. Like, it was mental. Right, anyway, so this is the pizza crunch. Recommend it so many times. It's obviously just battered pizza. I think it's just margarita.
Like
it is roasting. He gave us actually extra chips. He asked me to want chips before, and he was like, no, it's all right, just pizza crunch. It's the hottest thing I've ever put in my mouth. But, you know, it was so bad.
Doesn't it?
I don't think there's any cheese on it, though. That's stunning.
What?
That's not bad. I'm very, very surprised. It's not actually that greasy as I thought. Firstly, I rate this establishment a 10 out of 10.
Right, let's have a look to see. Let's see some of the... Right. Right, let's watch you can watch this. This is a Scottish breakfast by Gordon Ramsay. You can watch this whilst I need to take a 2-second break.
Woof! Bang goes the eyebrows. Right, welcome to Bonnie, Scotland. In fact, welcome to Scrambled. Right, this is Jockey. We're in our hometown. You were born not far from here, right?
Yeah, quite far away, actually.
No, but Scotland's not that big, but 2 hours away.
Oh, at least 6.
Yeah, but there's 6.
At least 6.
It's Scotland.
Honestly, way up there.
Okay.
On the
well, you're Scottish.
I am very Scottish.
But you lived in England longer than you moved in Scotland.
Yeah, I know.
So we're going to do an amazing breakfast sandwich with the most amazing square sausage. Why is it square?
Square, because that's what we were born.
Yeah, well, basically, it looks like slabs of concrete and it tastes like concrete. But I'm going to make sure that its taste is off the charts. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, right. First things first. Let me show you some beautiful Scottish haggis. Now, come on. Just take a look at those ingredients. There you go. Haggis. Beautiful flat cap mushrooms. And there it is there. The square slice. So that is sausage. Trust me, it is absolutely beautiful. Brings back childhood memories. Caramelized onions. Beautiful grill. Plancha grill. So let's start off with the sausage. I want the fat coming out of the sausage and the beautiful haggis to help cook those mushrooms. First off, just lightly oil the plancha grill. Don't go crazy. And then take a cloth and just rub that oil in there. Now, as that starts to smoke, get that sausage on. And then from there, the haggis on. Beautiful. Now, mushrooms. Get the mushrooms and literally slice them. Nice, big. Slice in half. You can see what I'm going to do and start building this thing up. So flat cut mushrooms, the grills are delicious. Beautiful flavor. Open them up. And then from there. So we're cooking the grounds of Glenapp Castle, a beautiful historic castle built back in 1870. And this beautiful castle has been home to some of the most exquisite banquets anywhere in Scotland. Beautiful. The gills, i.e. the inside of the mushrooms, and now a touch of seasoning. And just, I want the fat coming out of the sausage to cook the mushrooms. And these grills are amazing. Onions, beautifully caramelized. And then from there, again, just get those onions really nice and crispy. So drain off the fat, get them really nice and crispy. And before we take them out of the pan, we're going to put in a little bit of chili in there, give it a bit of heat. Chopped chili in and then over. Beautiful. Now, caramelized onions, finish with a little bit of chili, nicely seasoned. And look, inside those beautiful onions, I'm going to caramelize a little bit of Worcestershire sauce. Now, that's going to give a really nice richness to those onions. And the flavor is going to be stunning. The sourdough bread in. Jock, you can get the wind direction, turn the other way, please, so I'm not standing here crying my eyes out. Please?
Yep.
Right, get that bread, sourdough bread, briefly grilled. And now, look what's happening to that beautiful sausage. Turn that over. On. Beautiful color. Amazing, soft, delicious haggis. Mushrooms, the gills of the mushrooms, beautifully done. And what we want on these mushrooms is the color. Look at that. Beautiful. That looks delicious. I can stop fucking crying. Toast. Lightly, just drizzle with a touch of olive oil. And now those onions got really nice and dark. As that Worcester sauce evaporates, turns into this really nice, spicy, sweet, caramelized flavor of those onions. Delicious. Now, for the moment of truth, I'm going to crack an egg on this plancha grill. I'm convinced it's going to stick, but fingers crossed. Shocky said it's not. Now, look at the color on that toast. Right, touch of oil. And then we can get this baby in. I like to season that first. Slide that down. I've got that flavor coming from the haggis. Oil's nice and hot. On with the eggs. Flat surface in and go. Beauty. And again, 2 eggs. Scots are known to be tight, but there's nothing tight in this sandwich. So onions, caramelized, finished with chili, a little touch of Worcestershire sauce. Beautiful toasted sourdough bread. The Scottish slice, the square slice. Delicious haggis. And then from there, flat cut mushrooms cut in half. So we're really caramelizing and sort of grilling the gills of the mushroom and that beautiful fried egg. Now, take just a little bit of butter and start putting a little bit of butter.
I would definitely try it for that deal. That's a deal. There you go. We'll do that. No wishes whatsoever. I will just want some chicken with my biscuits and gravy, though. So there you go. I like it. You would enjoy it, I think, because I think you'd enjoy the battered element of it, because you'd put it right to the back of your throat, type of thing. You'd swallow it whole, probably. So I think you'd enjoy it.
Underneath those eggs, that's going to start really helping to increase that flavor. Touch of salt over the eggs. Look at those eggs. Come on, seriously, beautiful.
Hey, whoa! No over seasoning, Bex. What's going on? What's that? Just a sprinkle of salt, not like a fucking like. Well done, Jonathan.
Now, once those onions have evaporated, all that sauce has caramelized, you've got a nice, beautiful, spicy richness. We're going to be one more layer. We're going to just literally finish them with a little touch of whiskey. Whiskey goes in. Woof. Woof. Bang goes the eyebrows. Burn off the alcohol. And then beautifully finish that whiskey in there. So caramelized whiskey, finishing the onions, absolutely amazing. In fact, why not? Whilst in Scotland, a touch more whiskey.
Not really my cup of tea, this. I don't like whiskey.
Watch out, jockey. Watch out. And up she goes. Wee. There you go. And that's how you lose the hair on your arms. Listen, it's cheaper, much cheaper than my wife's wax. Okay, ready for the putting together of this amazing sandwich. Right, here we go. Now, Justin, pan down, come over for the most important part. Assembling this beauty. Here we go. Not many sandwiches are built on this magnitude, top and the bottom. First off, just check my eggs. And look at those babies. Well, caramelized onions. That's going on the bottom. Okay. And look at the sheen in there. That is beautiful. The whiskey has caramelized beautifully.
Not for me. I wouldn't want that. And we season to perfection, Bex. I find it weird when people over season that. That to me shows that the whole food was tasteless. You know, if you have to season that much, like you Americans do, I think that shows that your food is very tasteless in the first instance. And I agree with Daza. Sometimes less is more. It depends what situation, but yes, doubtful. That's what I mean. Depends what situation. So yeah.
Flood that plate. Next, we're going to go with a square sausage. Okay.
I'm not a big fan of square sausages either. They're okay.
Look at that. All the fat is gone. One slice of square sausage.
This is not appetizing for me personally. I'm not a massive fan of this.
This sausage will be my go-to breakfast sandwich on the way to school. Finally, the haggis goes on. Look at that.
Don't forget the brown sauce.
Amazing. Brown sauce, haggis, sausage, mushroom. Oh my Lord. There's the flavour. And the
Mushrooms are too big. I think it's, I'm not sure.
gills of those mushrooms. Look at those. Beautiful. And then finally, the eggs.
If you try British food, you'll be shocked how good it is compared to American food, with how good it all tastes. The eggs here are 100% organic eggs, so they would be nice. Stomach.
Crispy underneath, runny
In America, sometimes more is more. Lovely.
on top. There's one thing missing. HP, or if you're a jockey, that is, because it's a little bit fruitier. On goes that beautiful sauce all over. It may look like a heart attack sandwich, but trust me, if I was ever going to go and ask for my final delicious meal on death row, this would be it. Here we go. Now just watch. Jockey, you ready?
I'm ready.
Half each. Hurry up before this gets necked. A slice of Scotland on a plate. Now, I strongly recommend you take half each. Jockey and I are going to share this. Otherwise, it's off to the doctors tomorrow for a quadruple bypass. Big man, dig in.
Yeah, not really my cup of tea. I wouldn't want to eat that. I wouldn't pay money for that. Right, let's get the courts back, shall we? Because you lovely said just after 1, so there's no movement yet. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Put the levy to the Chevy. That's the wrong way round. So, what we doing? What we crack-a-lacking with? What we working with this afternoon? Once they're back and seated, I will then go and make my dinner. Sorry. As most of you know by now, I only eat 1 meal a day. I will mute for now, and I will no HP sauce. I'm a fan of HP sauce now. I never used to be, but I am now, especially the fruity one. I feel a bit fruity sometimes. I am today having cheese and tomato sandwich for dinner. So that's my dinner tonight, cheese and sandwich. Probably some Wotsits as well. HP sauce is brown sauce. Ketchup is red. HP is brown sauce, and you got also the fruity one as well. I like the fruity. Fruity is my favorite. When you're feeling a little bit frisky, I feel a little bit fruity sometimes. There you go. Jonathan, you got it. Then we're going to make some food. Cheese sandwich and a packet of crisps. Probably what's it's lovely. Right, I shall see you all later. I'll go be watching. I'm going to make my dinner, then I'll be in chat. See you all in a little bit.
Right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Mr. Berry, you may continue. Yes. Dr. Blair, take that sheet and set no set inside here. And then you have the one you did, right? Hand me the book. Dr. Dwyer, with regard to these photos that we've been looking at, I'm going to name them off one by one so that you have a contact sheet so you know what you're State's exhibit number 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, and then the one you took out was 245.
Yes, sir.
And that one's still going to be off. So 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253,
254, and then skip 255, 256, 257, 258, no exhibit for 259, 260, 261, 262, no exhibit for 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, and 268. Those numbers, which I just read into the record, are each of those, Dr. Dwyer, photographs that were taken by you during the autopsy of Athena Strand on December 3rd, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the injuries that you have been speaking to this jury about?
Yes, sir.
I will offer those numbers, which I just read into the record, into evidence at this time.
Any objections other than those previously given to me?
No additional objection.
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's exhibits 231 through 254. State's exhibits 256 to 258. State's exhibits 260 to 262. And State's exhibit 264 to 268 are admitted.
Thank you. Hand these back. Thank you. So at the end, we were talking about, or before lunch, we were talking about evidence of asphyxiation. I believe we've already offered into evidence these different items that were gathered during the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
Then you had the internal examination. You talked about the, what did you call it with regard to the neck, tissues around the neck?
That's a specialized dissection, the anterior neck dissection, which was included in the description for evidence of injury.
Okay. And then you talk about the head. Let me go on to the next page, which is page 5. Tell me about the findings related to the head, if there's any additional findings that are relevant as far as this is.
So conventionally, with my autopsy reports and how our office organizes them, all of the evidence of injury will be in a section called evidence of injury. For the internal examination, that will be everything outside of the injury, so what's normal essentially. And I'll refer in certain categories to the C evidence of injury section, but at this point, it's just all of the quote unquote normal findings.
Gotcha. So those are not things that would indicate any additional injuries other than what you've already described in the earlier part of the autopsy?
No, sir.
So we're going on to page number 6. What are we looking at here, middle of page number 6?
So during the autopsy, we will collect fluids for postmortem toxicology testing that is done in our laboratory at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences. I do not personally perform the tox analysis, but the results of their report will be incorporated into the autopsy report.
And essentially, were there any findings?
Negative for everything.
Right. So going on to page number 7, is this where your findings are summarized?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go through those. Regarding the blunt force injuries, would you just read the letter and then what the finding is into the record for the jury?
So capital letter A are numerous abrasions and contusions of the head, neck, trunk, and extremities, including patterned abrasions and abraded contusions across the midface, anterior neck, and upper chest. Then moving down to a capital B, focal lacerations of the lip and tongue mucosa. Capital letter C, acute subscalpular hemorrhages. Capital letter D, acute intramuscular hemorrhages within the bilateral temporalis muscles.
Before we go on to that, talk about these subscalpular hemorrhages. Was there any, when you're looking at somebody's head, how do you describe the front, the back, the sides?
So we have whenever we're describing injuries in general, we follow what's called the standard anatomic position. So if you picture the standard anatomic position would be you facing me, arms at your side, but your hands face forward. And that's how we determine direction in a standard process. So front of the head would be the forehead, back of the head is the back, and then right and left.
But it would be the person's right, not your right as you're looking.
That's correct.
Was there any of those areas that did not have some type of subscalpular hemorrhages?
I would say that there was relative sparing of the right temporal scalp, which is this area. Otherwise, you had subscalpular hemorrhages under the frontal scalp, the parietal scalps at the top of the head, and the occipital scalp is the back of the head.
And did those come from one or more than one individual impact?
That would be multiple impacts.
Now, with regard to the evidence of smothering and strangulation, I think we've covered that pretty good so far. Is there anything additional regarding that you bring to the attention of the jury?
No, sir.
And then you have this number 3. What is the number 3 one?
So again, by convention, we typically will include some circumstantial information to the case. That's usually how we kind of end our findings. And in this instance, I noted per report, the decedent was found dead and naked in a river.
And then as far as the ultimate conclusion, would you read that, please?
Based on the case history and autopsy findings, it is my opinion that Athena Strand, a 7-year-old white female, died as a result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And then regarding the manner of death?
Homicide.
And can you explain how homicide is different from other types of death?
So I think it's easier to sometimes define what's cause and manner of death. Ultimately, the reason why I'm doing an autopsy is I'm trying to determine why this person is dead, and I'm going to make a conclusion about the cause and manner of death. Cause of death is the injury or the disease that resulted in the person's death. Manner of death tells you how that comes about. So cause of death is free text, it's more wordy typically. Manner of death, you only have 5 options: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Based upon the injuries that you observed on Athena Strand, do you have an opinion as to whether or not she suffered pain and suffering as a result of these injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the testimony.
I'll let her answer.
Honestly, yes, I think she did.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit more about a specific picture, that one that we pulled out.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you some other photographs that have already been admitted into evidence. Oops, sorry. Dr. Breuer, I am going to show you what's been marked as 4 different exhibits. State's exhibit number 203, State's exhibit number 204, State's exhibit number 205, and State's exhibit number 206. And I want you.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me? Oh. Now, weren't here when these exhibits were admitted, correct?
No.
But was there some type of a photograph of a shoe that was submitted through to the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science?
Yes.
That was contained within the autopsy photos, even though it wasn't taken as part of the autopsy?
That's correct.
And did you have a chance to look at that compared to the potential injuries in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to just use number 206.
Okay.
And I want to just discreetly, if you would, just pull. Can she step down, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Cole, if you and Ms. Anderson need to move, you're welcome to go into the jury.
Thank you.
Well,
Yes.
Dr. Dwyer, I asked you to identify the photographs that were taken during the autopsy, which of the photographs that you felt best represented with scale the tread patterns. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that this photograph that's been marked as State's Exhibit number 245?
Yes, sir.
And then this photograph of a shoe tread pattern that has already been marked marked and admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 206. And just ask you if you were to compare, I'm not asking you to compare this to, but if you were to compare, do you feel like these would be objects that you would like to look at if you were to compare these?
So, yeah, if I was going to, yes.
Okay. I will ask if I can publish these to the jury.
yes, sir.
All right. And I just want to make sure we're careful that we don't put them in front of anybody but the jury. Thank you. You can retake your seat. What was that? There was it. Thank you, sir. That published portion of State's Exhibit number 272.
I'm sorry, 270 what?
272.
Okay.
States exhibit number 272, this would be page 3, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And is this document, while you were doing it, the injuries that you observed on the face and head of the victim, Athena Strand in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, it looks like a man in this picture, right?
Right. It's a standard body diagram that we use on our cases.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not going to ask you to go through these again, but these, if you take these in conjunction with the pictures, does it help explain the things that they're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, like you documented a moment ago, you said the right side of the head was free of the subscapular hemorrhages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But there's still evidence of injury on the right side of the head.
Yes, sir.
And then the next page being page 4 of that same document. And does this diagram show all of the different evidence of injuries that are throughout the body of Athena Strand that she suffered in this case?
Yes, everything but the head, because that's on the previous diagram. Yes.
And then this part right here, where it's up and down like that, what does that represent?
Those are the confluent abrasions that appeared post-mortem that I described previously that are on the back.
But all the other injuries other than that would be anti-mortem, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, I apologize, I didn't do this before, but I wanted to point out, where you talk about the tread mark patterns here, do you note that here on the nose area?
Yes.
And also over here on the cheek?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Barr.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming in today. I just want to follow up a couple of things you have. Forgive me if you've already testified to me. From your autopsy report, for the external genitalia you found they were unremarkable.
Correct.
And the anus was also unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
And the perineum was unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
That's the same area, right?
All in the same area. That's the space between, for her, the vagina and the anus. Yes.
And you found no trauma to the vaginal labia.
I did not know.
And no trauma within the vaginal wall.
That's correct.
Vaginal hymen was present.
Yes.
Intact.
Yes.
And unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
There was no trauma within the anus or the perineum skin.
Yes, sir.
And was it either you or the autopsy tech collected the sexual activity kit?
The autopsy tech.
And it was at that time during the autopsy.
That's done at the beginning of the autopsy, yes. But I looked before she did the, before she collected.
Yeah, I think you described how you begin the autopsy by doing an overall view.
Yes, yes.
You had noted in the autopsy report that her teeth were intact.
Yes.
And there were no fractures within the vision.
Not that I, no, there were not.
The hyoid bone and the
Laryngeal?
cartilages were intact and unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
You also noted in your autopsy report that there were no broken or missing fingernails.
Correct.
And there were no fractures to the clavicle, ribs, sternum, pelvis, vertebral column.
No.
So you didn't notice any broken bones.
No.
And you are not a footwear expression analyst.
No.
That's what it's showing.
Pretty direct.
Yes, Your Honor. What, if any, effect would it have, or do you know, what, if any, effect it would have for a person who was sexually assaulted if they were unconscious or even deceased, would the findings be different than they would be if they were conscious?
Okay, so you said conscious or deceased. I mean,
I
conscious
said
is
unconscious.
unconscious is still not dead though.
Yes.
Versus dead. Again, it's kind of back to the same antemortem versus postmortem injuries, in that if you had an injury and there was a lack of vital reaction or inflammation or hemorrhage, you would presume that if it was there and didn't have those qualities, that it would be postmortem. The point is, I didn't see any injuries to her genitalia.
And just because there's no physical trauma, does that mean that some type of sexual contact or sexual assault could not have taken place?
That's correct. That the lack of injuries does not mean that there's a possibility that sexual assault did or did not occur.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Cole? May this witness be accused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang on just a minute, make sure you didn't grab something by mistake.
No, this is, these are.
Okay, okay. Who do you have next?
Your Honor, I believe that we're going to be looking at Joseph Thomas, but we need to have a hearing outside the presence before we start this case.
Okay, what did you say the name was?
Joseph Thomas, jail administrator.
Okay. All right, you retire to your room, I'll call you right back. All right, everyone may be seated. Let me have the next.
Can I get actually the stickers, please? Okay, I'll try to line that. 42, 44, 45. We marked them, but you gave me exhibit stickers, but I put them on the transcripts, not on the actual. So I need new ones.
Okay, so you're gonna free market.
Yeah. So it's 42, 44, 45, 48, 40.
Good afternoon. Tell me where our firm testimony in this call will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Rules of evidence that affects you cannot be in court, but you're testifying, once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Yes, sir. Okay.
You don't want to.
What did you already set through the?
Okay, we just remarked these.
So what are they?
They're around the 42.
Okay, so you would play the
We also need to like information.
Yeah, we can. Okay. Can I just approach the witness?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, identify the witness for purposes of the record.
You're under the state calls Joseph Thomas.
Okay. And record will reflect that I have sworn him in to testify truthfully.
Mr. Thomas, first of all, how you were employed? Everything.
I'm the jail administrator of the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And as the jail administrator, are you also the custodian of records for all jail calls that are captured there at the Wise County Jail when inmates call out or if they have visitations, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to go to look at 5 separate recordings that were to confirm whether or not they were calls, true and correct copies of calls that were recorded at the Wise County Jail on either calls or visitations related to the defendant, in this case, Tanner Lynn Horner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And first I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. Now, if we can get all the documentation together if we needed to, but as far as when those calls occurred, but if I represent, when you went over those, did you have an opportunity to look at what time it was and make sure that that was one of those calls?
Yes, sir, I did.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 42, was that a call that was made on December 3rd, 2022, which was the day after Tanner Horner was arrested in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'm going to identify by when they were made, and then I'll ask you one question or a couple of questions related to all of them. And then on State's 44, was that a call that was made on December the 14th, 2022, I believe about 11:24 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 45, State's Exhibit, is that a call that was made on December the 15th, 2022, approximately 8:31 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit number 48, is that a call that was made on March 15th, 2023 at approximately 12:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, State's Exhibit number 49, is that a call that was made on April the 21st, 2023 at approximately 8:50 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are each of these calls, as a custodian of record, I think you can answer these questions. Are each of these calls made in the regular course of business there at the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
For all inmates?
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't say the Sheriff's Office. It's really the Wise County Jail we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And are they also kept, you may have a third-party company that stores them, but are they kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are they made at the time that the recordings are made? Is that at or near the time of the matter recorded on those recordings?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, the persons with knowledge of the matters recorded on those recordings, the people who are actually recorded on the recordings themselves?
Yes, sir.
Meaning the caller and the call taker or the visitor, both ends of the visitors. In addition to that, are there some auto notations that are done by the computer as far as the time that's left on the call, a statement that your call is being recorded, it's a warning to that effect?
It depends on the call, but yes, sir.
Okay. So if there's an additional electronic type voice, that's what we're listening to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that all of these calls are between Tanner Horner, and it may be visitations on at least one of the incidents. Tanner Horner and Melissa Horner, his mother, Tanner Horner and Jackie Harbison, his grandmother, or Tanner Horner and Cassie Waite, his girlfriend.
Correct.
Okay. With that, I would offer these into evidence with that understanding, and then play them for the jury. Okay.
Can I take the witness?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
What is your title, please?
Jail administrator.
Okay, jail administrator, Mr. Thomas. So
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
a sheriff, or is Mr. Thomas okay?
What's that?
I want to make sure that I afford you the respect that you've earned, so are you?
Oh, Mr. Thomas is fine, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thomas, you are not able to identify the voices on that recording, are you?
No, I can identify at least one of the voices on the recording.
But you can't identify the other voices, can you?
No.
You were also, well, let me back up. Wise County Jail contracts with a third party in order to make jail calls available to the inmates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in Wise County's case, do they use Securus or do they use Correct Solutions? What is the third party?
Correct Solutions.
And so all of the recordings are on the Correct Solutions software or through their programs?
I would assume they have a server placed somewhere that they keep the audio on.
And so the person who makes the call pays not Wise County, but this third party, right?
Correct.
And it's the third party that has the actual raw data of those phone calls, correct?
Correct. Which I have access to.
Your Honor, at this time, we would object to these calls coming in on a number of grounds. Number one, he is not the proper custodian of records. For these calls, he stated that while he may have access to them, they actually are serviced by Securus, or in this case, Correct Solutions. So the custodian of records for these calls, in order to lay the proper foundation, would be Correct Solutions. Second of all, he said that while he might be able to identify one of the voices, he cannot identify the second voice on these calls, therefore making that hearsay. And again, just because even if it was to come in under a business records exception, the records themselves are subject to the rules of evidence. And in this case, it's hearsay.
But those objections would be overruled. And if offered in the presence of the jury, I would admit states 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49. You may have a running objection if they're offered and admitted. Anything else we need to do outside the presence of the jury with this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I would also say that if he cannot identify the parties, then I would ask that we have a motion in limine to prevent him from guessing who those third parties might be, and also ask that the state not inform him who those third parties might be.
That's granted. If he can identify the second person, that's fine. But if not, don't give any additional information.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, when we were told that Mr. Thomas would be here, we had asked the state to ask Mr. Thomas to bring us any disciplinary write-ups that Mr. Horner may have had, and I just would like to inquire whether or not he brought those write-ups with him.
He has not received any disciplinaries while in my custody.
Okay.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go. Everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach something?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Mr. Thomas, would you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm the jail administrator for Wise County Sheriff's Office, the jail division.
And as the jail administrator, are you, do you act as the custodian of records for any type of phone calls that a inmate would make from the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir, I do.
And are there also recordings done when a person has a visitation there at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are these recordings, are they made in the regular course of business for each and every phone call that an inmate makes or visitation?
Yes, they are.
And are they kept in the regular course of business through a third-party contractor, therefore the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are they, the recordings themselves, are they made at the time that that the conversation takes place?
Yes, sir.
And are the person with knowledge of the matters that are recorded on those the two people who are having a conversation, either on the phone or in visitation situation?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to any other voices that you might hear other than those two people that are engaged in the conversation, would those be electronic voices that are generated by the computer system that records?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'll lead your witness. What would be the other type of voice you might hear besides those two individuals?
You'll hear an automated voice giving a warning of like a 2-minute warning left. And at the beginning of the phone call, it'll tell them that there's a inmate from Wise County Jail calling them.
And although you may not recognize both sides of the conversation, is there one person for each of these conversations? And I'm showing you specifically recording number 42, recording number 44, or State's Exhibit number 42, State's Exhibit number 44, State's Exhibit number 45, State's Exhibit number 48, and State's Exhibit number 49. Is there one person that is common and that you do recognize your voice on each of those phone calls?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell us who that person is?
Would you like me to address him as what I would call him as inmate?
No,
Okay.
I want you to just tell me his name, please.
Tanner Horner?
Yes, sir. And with regard to that, are these true and accurate recordings of those that were made and kept in the regular course of business at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 42, is that a call that was made on December 3rd, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Same, I'll lead your witness.
With regard to, I guess it'll say there's some type of document at the beginning of the recording. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I can't tell you for sure if it states the date and time, but it does state the person calling and the location they're calling from.
Okay. All right. Well, I will just offer State's Exhibit 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 in evidence.
Any objections other than those previously announced to the court?
No further objections.
Those are overruled. States Exhibits 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object to the publishing of these until the second voice can be identified.
Okay. Objections overruled.
For purposes of the record, Your Honor, at this time I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 42.
Hello. Is calling you from Wise County. Press 1 for accepting the call. This call may be monitored or recorded. Yes.
Hi.
Hello? Are you okay?
Not really.
You want to tell me what happened?
I pulled into this like driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up, and then I hit the slow roll and
This call may be monitored or recorded. Go ahead.
and then she was crying. I tried calming her down, and it didn't work. And my thoughts were, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my child. Like everything sort of
Okay.
I know.
You should have called the state side. You should have called the state.
I didn't know what to do, Mom.
What does you? If you had that person, and I know that's not well, it's still a piece, okay? They're not going to look at this that way.
I know.
Please be calm. Don't be strong with this, okay?
What?
What did you do? What did you do? Did she die on her own?
No.
Oh my God.
I know. I can't get her, like Cassie hasn't even tried calling me up here, like
Yeah, she wanted to take the car. Do you want her to have that car?
yeah.
Did you confide in her?
What?
About this? Did you tell her?
No.
I mean, she was really freaking out about it. You have 3 minutes remaining on this call.
So was it you guys who tried calling bail or whatever it was called?
Yeah,
How much was it?
1.5 million.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. No, they're bad. And let me tell you something, the task force, the FBI was here. They ransacked the house. They ransacked your place back there. They threw me and Nicholas down the floor and they almost threw me down. They fucked up everything. And Tanner, I just hope you didn't do nothing weird to that little girl.
I did.
Okay. Okay. I didn't think you did. I just know it. I know how you handle it.
Well, honestly, with my medication, I barely even have a living as is.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything like that.
I didn't think so. I didn't think you were a pervert. You know what happened to me with that little girl. No. I love you. I'm so sorry this happened. I'm so sorry to do that. That poor little girl. That poor baby.
I know.
I want you to pray for her and her family.
I know, Mom. Can you, hello, Cassie, please, you have her number, just talk to her, tell her I would like to hear from her.
Okay, I will. I just talked to her. This call may be monitored or recorded. She's moving to her dad's for a couple weeks, so.
Is she bringing the baby with her?
I'm sure. Well, sure. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Your call will end in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Were you listening to that music when you ran over your little girl?
Yeah. I'm just hopeful less than that truck doesn't have a backup camera. Well, it has a backup camera, but it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for like 2 months.
Okay, well, I love you and I'm sorry this happened. Please pray for that baby and pray for the family and you're in our prayers too, okay?
Don't know how much to talk to, but
Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
tell Cassie I love her.
Okay. We love you too.
Give Chester all my love. All my fucking love.
Okay. Tanner, be strong, okay?
I know.
It's not the end of the world, okay?
Now I'm going to publish for purposes
purposes of record, I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 44. And I'm gonna go to 3 minutes and 16 seconds, or 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the call to start, where I'm gonna start playing it at that point.
Which one's
This call.
44.
This call, maybe.
Apparently they work in the same office, so there's that.
Judge, I'm sorry, we would object under rule of optional completeness.
So you wish to have the entire phone call played?
Let's see. One moment, let me just make sure I have it correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Barry, if you play the entire phone call.
Just letting you know, it's 26 minutes, right?
All right.
This call may be monitored. Monitored or recorded.
Oh, what's your fingers? Oh, you got smash your finger. You know, you would think they would help you in here. I don't want to help. I want them to help you. I'm sitting here watching you struggle, and I can't just walk through the wall and help you get in here. I'm all right. I'm all right. I got out of the crazy room yesterday. Oh, you did? Yeah. Now they have me in the less crazy room. I actually have a toilet. They're giving me reading material. They gave me, so they gave me a Bible, right? Then I forgot how, like, the dialogue is, and I'm just sitting here like, oh my gosh, like, I have to take a break, like, I have to take breaks constantly while reading, because the dialogue is like Shakespearean almost.
Yeah. Is it in King James?
No, it's, no, not NIV. I can read the NIV pretty well. It's ESV or some bullcrap. Yeah. I want my Bible. One that Pastor Vicky gave us when we all graduated. I want that one. That's in my room somewhere.
It is.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him last night. He even came up here to find out when he can come. I showed up here yesterday because I thought I came last Tuesday, but it was Monday. But still, it's different. Now, I come on Wednesday and Friday.
Huh. You guess mom's outside?
So she did home and she said, hey, she loves you very much. And she's super upset. A lot of people are.
Yeah. I can imagine. So, I have two lawyers. One's name is Bill Ray. That's the one that looks like Steve.
Yeah.
And then another guy whose name is Steve.
Really?
He was holding me yesterday when I met the other guy. I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah. Apparently they work in the same office, so there's that. You did not believe all the crazy letters I have receiving.
Oh. He hasn't seen nothing yet. I mean, it's world news. World news.
Shit, I have to tell you though, freaking, I'll put the first communication I can bail me the fuck out. I have to say that, but I now we can tell that it happened. I don't know, this is $1 million item. because I don't have your number. When they took my property, I don't have anything to write that down with. You're gonna have to give that to them. Be like, hey, give this to Deanna. Please, for the love of God. Otherwise, I would have been calling you. I know, it's a very frustrating thing.
I just saw this from the lady at the desk, that we're not supposed to have them, that I said I need to take some notes.
Got a little pen.
Yeah. It works, that's dramatic.
Okay, have you talked to Cassie at all?
No.
You're never gonna believe who sent me mail. So Nicole sent me a letter before Cassie does. How do you think that makes me feel? I just want an update on my freaking son, man, and nobody can tell me anything.
He's okay, he's doing just fine.
Is he with Cassie or is he with?
He's with his grandma.
Of course.
What do you think your face for?
Because I had an ingrown hair the other day and like I started messing with it and they don't let me cut my fingernails, so it just kind of gets bad. Yeah. But honestly, I need her dad's number because our phones are off right now at this point. I know they are.
So where is your phone?
But the detectives, I can't even get any numbers off of it.
Hey, that's okay.
Otherwise, I would have been calling everybody, Jonathan, everybody.
I tried to look at Jonathan's number.
Yeah, you'll have to contact him. On Facebook, his name is Jonathan Earthgazer, because Earthgazer is the name of his band.
Okay. No, I'm not on Facebook. Take it off of it. Totally off of it.
Well, that's the only way you're going to be able to contact a lot of these people.
Okay, so, I just want,
No, I need you to. Like, you're not getting it, Phoebe.
No, I do get it, but you don't get all the hate that I'm getting from there.
Hate? You shouldn't be receiving any hate.
Oh, it's you. Well, we're not supposed to talk about it.
I'm not supposed to talk about the case. I want to know what they're saying on TV, because I guarantee they're always making it worse than it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's coming out that, you didn't write it right.
No. You kidding me? On my medication, I couldn't even get up to Kathy. I know that's a little bit too much information, but still, like.
See, all they know is that a famous driver kidnapped her and killed her and took her body. And
I mean, that's basically the story from, like, what everybody is saying. Like, everybody here has who I am because of the TV.
yeah,
You know, you would think that I would have, like, people involved would have to sign waivers with shit like this, you know what I mean? Then again, these people are, they're monsters.
they're terrible.
They want their story. Yeah, that's all they want. That's why I'm kind of tempted to, like, right now, they're like, hey, you guys bond me out and give me like $1 million extra? Yeah, I'll give you your story. Like asking the baby at a nice house, fix up the old house. You can do that with $1 million. Give little leftovers to the family, that whole thing, but. Can I not be? Dude, they have not. I haven't been on my medication in almost 2 weeks. I'm feeling emotion. I broke it down the other day because I know that Chester's going to be looking around during Christmas. All his family members are going to be around. His best friend in the world is going to fucking be there. You know he's a daddy's boy.
Yeah. Well, keep him alive and, you're keeping him alive a little with him.
I love one for Christmas. It's just pictures of pictures of you guys.
Your mom's working on that. So I've got it. We don't have very many good recent pictures. I can send you the pictures.
I think send us pictures. You can just literally just screenshot it on a phone.
Oh.
And like honestly, they celebrate their Christmas at their grandparents' house. They do all the presents and all that stuff the day before. So like, go over there. I'm pretty sure they won't mind having you around. And like, we really You know, test her blood. Oh, yeah, yeah. Just give the pictures. I was gonna be the one that didn't fuck up, baby. I was gonna be the one that didn't fuck up. Well, if people know that, because they know you don't have any kind of record. The people that know you, and know you're not that kind of person. I'm sorry for you. I just hope you. I don't want people to be sorry for me. I want people to be sorry for my fucking son. I remember every Christmas waking up, wondering why is my fucking dad here? Two Christmases wondering my mom wasn't there, but, you know. Yeah. And, you know, I don't know if maybe we should eventually bring him. You don't bring this her list. It has to be a third party, and that means it has to be Kathy, because I know for damn sure Carrie's not going to bring him up here. So it has to be Kathy. She won't even talk to anybody, apparently. So Nicole is freaking giving me nails, and she's not. You know, I think they reached out to her to ask questions about people. Well, if it's the detectives, you know, if it's my attorney's office, that's the only person that she should talk to is my attorney, or somebody from my attorney's office. Like, that's the only person anybody should talk to, is my attorney. The Texas Rangers were asking about, and they were questioning. Then decline, because that sensitive information has to do with my attorney. No, it's only recorded. And then it says something that you were going with. Was he here involved again? Yesterday. There was a bunch of people in here. I mean, the parking lot was full. They're all leaving. But you need to write down Cassie's dad's number at least, because I know you have that. Yeah. So write that down when you try to give us the paper to put it in my property. So I can have that number as well, so I can at least try. If I can at least try to contact Cassie and just give me an update, tell her how I feel. Okay. I know, it kind of got pushed in. Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, I wrote you guys a letter on using one of those. My hand hurts so bad afterwards. Like years of that guitar playing, and playing drums, and playing video games came back all when I was writing that little piece of crap. Yeah. But the people have you talked to Jerry at all? Jerry. Yeah. And you think he might be able to do something, but I doubt he would. Especially with how much Bill talked shit about me at the end. I love Papa, but man, that was vindictive and uncalled for. It's how he is. I mean, we like him. It's another guy. Yeah, Sammy. Yeah, it's all about that. And Josh Sullivan. Yeah. Your son, hey, you received a letter from him? I think he wants to write me. Because he's been there before. I've never been in jail like this before. So like some of the jailers get really annoyed with me. The others are just like, okay, you never been. Like one jailer in particular, one of the sergeants hates me. I spilled a drink one time and she literally told me, well, better knock it up. Like, he hates me. Like, treats me like I'm not fucking human. But again, you need to write down her dad's number. So I can have that, so I can at least try to contact her. Like, that's a lot of things will go a lot smoother as far as getting numbers and stuff like that when I can get a hold of Kathy, because Kathy knows how to get a hold of all the people I have. Like, write down her dad's number. No, I don't know that I have his number. Yeah, you do. You talked to him before. Huh? You talked to him on the phone. No, but it's on his Facebook. Then reactivate your Facebook just so you can message him. Please, for the love of God, this is. Hey. Sorry. I just want to talk to her. I just want to see my son. Kathy is the only chance I have of seeing my son. It has to be a parent or guardian. So it has to be Kathy or her mother. And trust me, I would rather not put Carrie on my list because she won't come up here anyway. Right. By the way, my attorney is potentially interested in working with Tommy. Oh, yeah? Well, at least, talking to him. Since Tommy's passed the bar, it's actually might be good for him. Like, get some experience in that whole thing. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how it'll play out, though. And I can only imagine what Jonathan's going through right now because his brother went to prison a few years ago. Yeah. And I was best friend, and it's. Maybe since you don't have, didn't matter. What else doesn't matter? Right. Yeah. Know what I would be doing right now? Freezing my ass off in a truck, excited to get to an apartment. That's what I would be doing right now. It's kind of chilly today. Yeah, I know, trust me. I don't get underwear or pants. Not in this thing. Not until I'm off the watch, so, No, not in the least bit. My blanket's made of the same material. No, it's essentially a blanket about that thick. Yeah. It's a bit cold. Huh? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people come and go, and all of them look at me like, that's the guy. Every single fucking one of them. There's this one like Mexican gangster dude, just looked at me like with this hate-filled rage in his eyes. Apparently they might keep me from the general population being tracked around here, possibly. Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit of an introvert anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Getting 2 books from the library, hopefully they come in. One of the Star Wars books, and one is the second Harry Potter book, because they only have the second and third ones. They have all of the Twilight books, apparently, so I might read through those for the first time since high school. That was really random. Why do you say that? Because the mom found the book back there, and she's feeding the cat. And that cat's gaining weight. Did she not take the cat with her? Did she take Draco? Yeah. Oh, I never thought I'd say this. I kind of miss that little shit. I miss this stupid happy little face when I walk in the door. Like, oh my god, here, oh my god. I wrapped them up in a box and threw them on the doorstep. Not really. Oh, it's not good. Your mom gave them to the nurses at the methadone clinic. After they saw me, we want them so. Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's good. I can't wait till I can get a razor. Just shave my face because, it looks terrible. No. I want to be clean cut because then shit like this happens. You know what I mean? Like it looks pretty bad all the way. Yeah. I know.
Well, I just want you to know that many people asking about you and concerned about you.
Too. Like, these are people you need to send my attorney's way. He needs many character witnesses.
Oh, we will, you know, as soon as he has the mom, you know, she's always wanting to get a hold of you because she doesn't think he's doing that. But, you know, you're not his only client.
Yeah, I'm not his only client. I'm actually his most high-profile client. He's actually working his ass off right now, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, that's why I'm out of the cuckoo room. So nice, actually having a toilet. But hey, do not take toilets for granted. Do not. Maybe have a little water fountain. But yeah, he was asking me to even write down some names and stuff of, you know, people that could be character witnesses. I have Kristen and Charlie down, and that's yeah, trust me now. It's one of the, quote, perks, unquote, of being autistic.
Candy, your Aunt Candy, she's very concerned, and, you know, she asked you, do you think we can do, or her do?
Well, unless she has $1.5 million in assets and $150,000 in cash, there's really not much she can do except pray for me.
And has your dad reached out at all?
No, for all I know, he's messed out and hasn't even seen the phone or news in like 2 weeks. He probably doesn't even know.
Well, I see him on Facebook. I see him on Messenger, not Facebook. I see all these pictures out there. You know,
Yeah.
and, I went to him, and it wasn't a good number, I guess.
What do you mean trying to call him?
Well, to let you know about you. Of course, I'm sure he knows now.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows. And this is definitely not a thing that's like, you know, like, according to my attorney yesterday, this is literally like national news. Like, it's not just like Texas news, it's national. Man, I always wanted to be famous, but not like this shit. So bad for the family.
Well, Jay, you can apologize. And of course, you're telling us not to reach out to him yet, because too soon.
Yeah, it is definitely too soon. I miss my son. I missed my son before I got arrested. Yeah. But yeah, you need at least talk to Carrie and see how she's doing for me.
Oh, I will. And I really took some pictures off that she sent me, and because I asked her, I said, I'm going to send some pictures to you. Take pictures, you know, like you always do of him. And there's one cute one, and you'll see it, had a backpack on it, with the door license. I don't know what he was doing, but he was so grown up, he was getting so big.
Oh, I bet he is. And every single day I noticed he looks more and more like your old dad.
Yeah.
please just put give them those numbers and tell them to put them in my property or my box so I can contact you guys because, man, like, get lonely. I feel bad for every time that I always put off sending mom a letter back because I do. I mean, then again, I'm not even in a regular cell yet. I'm still on watch, so I was like the last week and a half I've been under like a surveillance type situation, you know what I mean? Once I get a regular room, I'll actually apparently have TV and everything like that thing. Took a little bit off of my last paycheck to buy stuff from commissary. Hopefully that will come in. Hopefully my stuff will come out of the evidence room soon, and I can give you guys that outer card so y'all can get Chester stuff, you know, presents, diapers. I mean, you can try, but our phones are off right now. The bill's due on the 8th. Yeah, it's not going to do much good to give me her number now. Getting her number right after I would have got it would have been wonderful, but yeah. Oh, you can probably get her dad's number from her mom. Yeah. And then when I call you guys, since you know you're transferring your numbers over to me, I'll be able to attempt to call. And if they don't answer, then I guess I get that. No, I remember who that was. That's the lady that hates me. Like, they can't take messages. That's the lady that hates me. So if it was for me, that's why. They are allowed to take messages. She just literally hates me. I even talked to the NHMR lady about it. She said, we'll try to put a stop to that. No, it's not professional. She's an older lady. Ironically, her last name is Collard. I tried collard greens for the first time I was here, by the way. Yeah. Man, it just tasted like, oh man, I'm actually going to be able to poop and not string today. No. So it's supposed to be on finger food before I get HMR, right? You know what they give me? Applesauce, biscuits and gravy. That was breakfast yesterday, okay? You know what I had to eat the applesauce with? They had to soup with a biscuit. Yeah, I know. I'm just glad I'm getting some reading material from the library, because holy crap, I need to put my head in a good fantasy book. I mean, I need to get myself detached from reality a little bit. But, yeah, as for the books that Mom's asking about, I just need like one on like, you know, chakra meditation and stuff. That way, you know, it helps when I'm having like an anxiety attack. Because, you know, being stuck in a box, you're gonna get a little bit of anxiety. When I start getting that anxiety, I'll like sit down, meditate, try to block everything out, relax, it helps. But sometimes I have a little bit of trouble staying focused on that. So that's why I kind of want some books on it. That way I can learn how to be a little bit more focused on it. And this is going to sound very, very childish, but they should have box sets of the Dragon Ball Z manga. Manga is basically Japanese comic book, but like they have sets like chapters 1, 2, and 3, and then 3, 4, 5, stuff like that. That would be a lifesaver. Dragon Ball Z, not Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball GT, not Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z. The Z is my ultimate favorite. Speaking. Your meditation. Oh, no, just what I was saying just now. Just something on like chakra meditation, stuff like that. Chakra. Here, you have a pen, you have a paper. So like, shit, I forgot. C-H. Have trouble?
That's it.
Let's take a short break. I need about 10 minutes, okay? Call you back in just a few minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. Whew. The audio is painful. It's nearly as painful as some of you in chat, but we won't go down that road. Yeah, we won't go down that road. 10 more minutes. Right, what do we want to chat about? Tell me, people. How to be nice to people? I don't know. We can be nice to people. What's happening? How is everyone today? We got 10 minutes where we can talk about anything you want. Oh. It's been on and off. Hot, then cold. So I went out walking twice today, and it rained twice, which is a pain in the ass. So it's been drizzling, so it's not been the best. What's the purpose of the defense having to play the whole 26 minutes? There's nothing, Dave. I have no idea, Dave. My daughter found a wedding dress. Yay! Mother or the bride must be super happy. I'm happy for you. When is the wedding? Have they set a date? So I thought it was like a few weeks ago. He told me that she's getting married. So it's like, whirlwind, I bet. It's all whirlwind. Sarah P's going to have a son-in-law. Is that you're going to be your first son-in-law? He'll be your first. What the fuck? No signal. It rained here all weekend. You never have any rain. You never have any rain. Did you find out what a fluff dinner sandwich is, Dylan? I think I did. I think we watched it, the marshmallow thing, I believe. Yay! Pure white or something wild. Money, money, money. Oh, it's killing my. Isn't rain good for your vegetables though? It needs rain, Sarah, doesn't it? October 24th, 2026 is definitely whirlwind. Going too fast. Right, let's have a look at that. October 24th. Let's have a look. April, May, June, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 20. Did you say 24th? Saturday. Oh, hang on. I need to check something. Oh, let's have a look here. Sarah P. Oh, you're lucky. Texas A&M are playing at Alabama. I was thinking there, I was like, ooh, if there could be a game on, it'll be a busy town, and there's a big wedding. Miss P. So there you go. They're playing away to Alabama, so you're sorted. Congratulations. I know I need to stop reading for a while. Yeah, that's the sun. Once it comes down, it comes down. Too much rain. Whoa, how much rain are you getting? We live in rain. Oh, lace. Anything to do with lace and Bex is all over. So, ooh, la la. Not that kind of lace, Bex. Cheapers. That's for afterwards. Yeah, and those fluffers. I'll have to put pictures in Discord. Yes. Oh, I already know. Her dad is not happy that schedule at the same time as that game. Laugh my ass off. I love it. There you go. But what time is the wedding? Do they know? Because Alabama will be a late one. So I imagine that everyone in the wedding will be around the TV watching. What's the weirdest fact you know, Dan? Weirdest fact? Oof. Do you know what? I don't. I'm rubbish on the spot like this. I'm rubbish on the spot. In weirdest fact, you know. Oh, that sperm is really good for your skin. So you know, women put like Botox, like fish sperms and stuff on their face. Male sperm is better to keep you younger, apparently. So that is a fact for you. So load up, people. It's apparently really good for your skin. Do you have concerts in your area? No. The New Year's concert venue is probably just slightly less than 2 years away. 2 hours away. No, there's another one. There's another one about an hour and a bit, hour and a half away. So about 90 minutes away. But yeah, we don't really do concerts. Look like a loss in Barmer. I don't know. A&M's got a good side, I think, this year. And Dave, with your track record, I don't go with anything. What I'll do this year is bet the opposite of you, I think. Mush. Probably suck next year. Talk about suck, Sarah P. What's your favourite ghost story? I don't like ghosts. I ain't scared of no ghosts. I don't like ghosts. My granddaughter got married during the Ducks game, lol. Oh, what did you do, Dave? You must have been gutted. Shut the fuck up. The wedding is at 5:30. She told her dad that was that big a deal. He doesn't have to attend. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's put him in his place. I've heard that before, lad. I bet you have a lot of times as well, by various different people, I'm sure, Sarah P. It's good for your skin, Sarah. Boosh. Oh, what? Say what? I read that actually a couple of weeks ago. They say male sperm is very, very good for your skin. Lovely. We have a lot of concerts here, Delan. Oh, yeah, you do. I know. You've got big ones, to be fair. London, not too far away from London. By train into the middle of London's probably about 5 hours plus. Got to drive there, so you're looking not far off 6 hours to get to London for me, Dave. I tried to relate to you, and you shoot me down. Well, I think your husband will be shooting you later on in the face to make you look younger, Bex. But I don't do ghosts. Ain't nothing. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I am afraid. I like Ghostbusters, but I don't like. So one of the films I have never liked, when the first films, sorry, it was the second film I think I ever watched. My first film in the cinema was Forrest Gump, and it was a friend of mine's birthday, ex-friend now. But then I went to the year after to another birthday where a load of us went to watch Jurassic Park. I think it was the first one, probably. First Jurassic Park, and I shit the brick. I did not like it, and I've not watched any since. I can't watch Jurassic Park. It just scares the shit out of me. So that's my level. So when I was in university, it used to be so embarrassing, you know, when you were in the house chilling out, you know, girls in the house, few of us lads entertaining as you do, and we're watching Halloween stuff, and I'm hidden under a duvet, like a blanket. I can't watch them. It really, really scares the shit out of me. I like watching ghost stuff. I want them to leave me alone. Yeah, imagine. What is a weird fact about you? Ooh. Weird fact. I've either broken or fractured my left arm 4 times. So broken it, I think, once and fractured it 3 times afterwards. It's not really a weird fact, but you know. What are the weird facts? I don't know. Weird facts. My ear canal apparently is very, very thin. When I have tests on my ear for hearing, there's nothing there. They're like, you're deaf. I'm like, I'm not, I'm hearing you. So Dublin closer than Law. They have concerts. Yeah, they do, and it's not closer. I suppose if I flew, no, it's not actually closer. It's not, to be fair. You know, yes, really. I go something that would scare the shit out of me. Favorite movie though? I think Remember the Titans, Shawshank Redemption. Those are top two, and I'd have to think about the rest. There's probably a few others as well. They're up there, yeah. But Remember the Titans and Shawshank Redemption are probably the ones that come to mind. But there are definitely others as well. I like Shawshank Redemption kind of films, so right, Sarah P. I'll watch it all day. I just want to experience it through screen. Fucking hell, Sarah P. Sarah P will experience anything, anywhere, any shape, any form, doesn't matter. Any place, any time, anywhere, Sarah P's there. Good Lord, how did you learn the first time? Yeah, unfortunately, the first time was I landed on a rock by one of my best friends. He's a big boy. When I was 7, he landed on my arm and it snapped. And what was worse was I had to go to hospital. It was my sister's birthday, and they took an X-ray and said there was nothing wrong with me. And a week later, my mother was like, "No, there's something wrong here." And she took me back in, and the specialist looked at my X-ray and looked at my arm and was like, "What the fuck? It's broken." And he tore both doctors a new one in front of my mother. My mother was so embarrassed. My mother was angry, but she was so embarrassed, and she was like, felt sorry for them in the end because the specialist fucking ripped them a new one for missing out. They had a fucking broken arm. Do you know what I mean? Tried to walk to the pub, fell and broke your arm. No, it's just since that's been weeks. So every time it's been sport related, or the third. Well, then they have a concert at the Bog snorkeling contest. I mean, there are. I mean, once a year, there's about an hour away. There's a music festival. There used to be a music festival about 15 minutes away from me, 10, 15. But it ended. It used to be great when I was younger, but stopped doing it. Love horror movies, but I can't with crazy faces and never clowns. Ooh. Never meet Dave Umberger then. Or Bad Dazza. Who's your favourite actor, actress? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I also like American Pie as well, by the way. But that's the other one I should have said. I do like Morgan Freeman. I do like Denzel Washington, obviously, but the movies I chose. There's a lot of female ones I like. There's a lot of females ones I like. But yeah, right now I would probably say Denzel Washington or Morgan Freeman. I like them both. I also like Jim Carrey. I do like Jim Carrey. I think he's a very talented actor. The female ones, anyone, because they're anyone that's fit, basically. I can't think of one off the top of my head right now, but that's a good question. My kids know I see an old cemetery. We're stopping and pulling out the ghost box. Fucking hell. See any alcohol? No alcohol whatsoever involved. I watched it. It was really good. Scared the shit out of me. At least you didn't fell and landed on your knuckles. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Not like Colin or face. So that was the time that I did it. I remember that's interesting. In fact, I fell on outside my house. Actually, I fell on my face flat. I was unconscious, and I was bleeding all over the place, and I didn't realize. I got up and I was winded, and I don't know how long I was out for, but it was raining and stuff. And I remember normally I walk in and I go straight to bed, but I needed a piss, so I remember going to the toilet, and for whatever reason I put the light on in the bathroom, and this was when I was young. Do you know what I mean? I was in university, and I like Johnny Depp as well. Yeah, I looked at it. My face, you can't really see that, but I got scars here. My face was a mess. It was just blood everywhere, and yeah, doctors like lucky that I spotted it because I then went and got my father. He drove me to hospital, and I got seen straight away. And they were like, "Shit, you lost a ton of blood," and yeah, they had to put like IVs in me. I was sick everywhere. Yeah, it's quite serious. They said because I'd lost a lot of blood. I was very lucky that I caught it. That I actually, because I was bleeding, my lips here, there was just blood everywhere coming out of it. My top was just full of blood. So, and I just fainted. I don't know how I fainted. No alcohol involved, nothing. Just fainted. It was about midnight. My friend dropped me off. I was walking to the house and just down I went. I was probably there for a few hours. So yeah, that was not great. I wasn't allowed to drive for ages because they couldn't find what's wrong. So they thought it might be stress. So they're all good. They are. Yeah, they are all good. I do like Johnny Depp though. I do like him. Yes. Daniel Day-Lewis. I don't remember him in many films. I mean, Survivor's Instincts of a Fart. First thing you teach your children. I like Keanu Reeves, Jason Statham. I like. What's that film he's in? The gangster film in the UK. I do like that film with Vinnie Jones in it. I forget what it's called now. I do like that one. It was very scary. Me turning on the lights probably saved me. Lovely. Definitely saved me. But it was probably the start of the downfall of my life, to be honest with you. That was when the day that I became reclusive. I lost a lot of confidence. I never really gained it back. So very unfortunate. Right, what was the Vinnie Jones film? Let's have a look here. Vinnie Jones film. I do like Mean Machine that he's in. I do like Mean Machine. Let's see. Vinnie Jones, ex-footballer, ex-Wales footballer. He's here. We went into acting career. He was in wrestling, was he? I didn't know that. Let's have a look. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I do like that film. And I also like Snatch. I like Snatch. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah P. Then you follow up by that bitch. Any TV shows you like? I don't watch TVs. I don't watch any TV. I only watch sport on the Zone. I watch YouTube for sport, and that's about it. Russell Crowe. I do like a Gladiator. I do. But yeah, Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels was fantastic. What's Swordfish? That rings a bell. I might like Swordfish actually. I do like Swordfish. Swordfish is another one I like. I do like that one. Snatch, I like Snatch as well. But now your own tribal on the air. I wish. I know. We're a tribe of 9 today. There's 9 of us here today. So we're not much of a tribe today, but it's all good. Russell Crowe is awesome. I love a Gladiator, and he is very good. I agree. Also, like, what they called Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop as well. I like that. Lethal Weapon's another one I really like. Lethal Weapon would be one of my favorite series. Godfather. Sorry, I forgot about the Godfather. That's one of my favorite series as well. So I'd say Lethal Weapon and Godfather are probably in my top 3, top 5, definitely for series. You know, they're both fantastic. Lethal Weapon, I just love. Riggs, Danny Glover and Mel Gibson. I love that. Oh, also Bruce Willis. Die Hard. Now I'm on a roll. Mrs. Doubtfire, Robert Williams. Yeah, he was very talented. Another one, very talented. Gone too soon, the Iron Trucker. Did you see The Pope's? No, Dave. Now we're on a roll now. Now I can remember stuff. I don't watch any of these films. Do you know what I started watching on the weekend? I watched the first season. Was Lincoln Lawyer. I watched it. I thought it was okay. People told me it's the best ever. I was like, it was good. Oh, what's the other one called? That I really like. A series. I used to watch it all the time. I used to watch it all the time on Amazon Prime. I'll tell you what it is now. Hotch was in it. So, FBI. Gideon was in there. Criminal Minds. Criminal Minds was another one I really, really liked. What the fuck? Is the court gone or something? What the fuck are we doing? So yeah, Criminal Minds was a really good one. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Put the Chevy to the levee. Right, hang on. That's gone there. Let's have a look there. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing there, nothing there. Let's go back here. I know, Shamal. Yeah, I know. I still like it, though. Oh, shit, hang on. I may have done something wrong here. Whoa, hang on. What's going on? Right, hang on. Is this live? Motherfuckers. Law Crime ditched us. Oh, hang on. They ditched us, the motherfuckers. Hang on. Or did I miss it? Hang on.
I'm just.
It could happen.
I mean, this guy has talked to get work. You just gotta wonder. It was a call from Rambo. And,
We do not intend to cover some other reads this hour.
Okay, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Thomas, hi, how are you?
Wonderful, ma'am.
Mr. Thomas, in preparation for your testimony today, you were asked to review the jail records related to Mr. Horner, is that correct?
I was asked to review the audio, correct?
Well, you were also asked to bring with you any jail records that would reflect any disciplinary write-ups for Mr. Horner, is that correct?
As I explained previously, there was no disciplinaries.
So it's your testimony today that while Tanner Horner was in custody in Wise County Jail, he received no disciplinary write-ups?
That's correct, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
And no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step
Thank
down.
you, Your Honor.
Okay, folks, as I told you earlier, we're gonna retire for the day and we'll start up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Enjoy your afternoon. See you then. Okay?
These motherfuckers were done for the day. Done for the day. No, so I knew that was happening. The only reason I knew about it because the streams had finished. I was like, why the fuck are they finishing? And I went to check that one and they were done. I'm sorry. My default always is I'm sorry. It happens all the time. I do try my best though. I do try my best to last, but I just can't. Sorry. Again, sorry, Bex. 30 seconds probably my tops with you, Bex, I reckon. Right. So, I'm not sure. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm here. The judge said 10 minutes, Dave. They came back, Dave, and that was it. They crossed and asked about disciplinary, and they ended for the day. Dave, done. No cry went off. Thank you, it's a thank you. So now I'm not sure. I believe Mexi will be here tomorrow. If not, no worries. I'm not going to pressure her to be here. If she's not here, she's not here. So I will just go live whenever I'm around. And if I have to go live afterwards, I will, and I'll zoom through it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, we'll see. I'm not going to remind her. If she's not here, she's not here. It's not her fault. I might be here. I don't know. So I'll try and keep the chat updated if I'm not here and Mexi can't be here. So I'll let you know ETAs of when I might be back. It might be a couple of hours. It might be 2 minutes. So I don't know. But otherwise, if you don't hear from me, I'm sure Mexi will take over the stream and do it tomorrow. If not, you'll see me at some point. Well, you see me at some point anyway. Anyway, tomorrow. So with that, peace out, everyone. Thank you. Have a great evening. Take care of yourselves and behave. Or at least me. Yeah. I'll let you know. I will let you know. I'll post something in the mods group. As I say, Mexi will probably be the one starting tomorrow. If not, I'll let you know. Definitely. Or message me. Sorry if I forget. All right, everyone. Take care. Thank you for being here. And I appreciate your support and your loyalty. And that's about it. Bye-bye.